Welcome to meeting number 121 of the House of Commons Standing Committee on Finance. The committee is proceeding to the consideration of matters related to committee business, more specifically the motion of PS Rachel Bendayan, which previously stood on Thursday, November 9th, 2023. Today's meeting is taking place in a hybrid format pursuant to the Standing Order 15.1. Members are attending in person in the room and remotely using the Zoom application. I'd like to make a few comments for the benefit of the members. Please wait until I recognize you by name. Before speaking, for those participating by video conference, click on the microphone icon to activate your mic, and please mute yourself when you're not speaking. Interpretation for those on Zoom, you have the choice at the bottom of your screen of either floor, English, or French. For those in the room, you can use the earpiece and select the desired channel. Although this room is equipped with a powerful audio system, feedback events can occur. These can be extremely harmful to interpreters and cause serious injuries. The most common cause of sound feedback is an earpiece worn too close to a microphone. We therefore ask all participants to exercise a high degree of caution when handling the earpieces, especially when your microphone or your neighbor's microphone is turned on. In order to prevent incidents and safeguard the hearing health of the interpreters, I invite participants to ensure that they speak into the microphone into which their headset is plugged in, and to avoid manipulating the earbuds by placing them on the table away from the microphone when they are not in use. A reminder that all comments should be addressed through the chair. For members in the room, if you wish to speak, please raise your hand. For members on Zoom, please use the raised hand function. The clerk and I will manage the speaking order as best we can, and we appreciate your patience and understanding in this regard. Okay, I did see one. Okay, yes. PS Bendayan. Okay, so we have PS Bendayan would like to speak, and then MP Lawrence. Yes, PS Bendayan, please.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the introduction that you provided at the beginning of the meeting, but for procedure's sake, I would like to make clear that I move that the committee resume debate on my motion on the Canada Pension Plan, a motion that I first moved formally on November 6th, 2023, Mr. Chair. And by way of background, I do think that it is relevant to remind Canadians listening and those even in this room that I put this motion on notice way back on the 2nd of November. I moved it on November 6th, at which point we did have the beginning of a filibuster. I moved it again on November 9th, and on November 9th, there was over 2.5 hours of conservative filibuster in order to avoid getting to a vote on this motion. I certainly hope that after now several weeks, members have come to the committee with either proposals for amendments or the intention to vote one way or another on this important motion so that we can get back to the housing study that was commenced and that was productive in terms of the time that we had with witnesses, and which I certainly hope to come back to as soon as possible, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, PS Bendayan. I've got MP Lawrence.
Thank you.
MP Blakey after that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I guess with your indulgence, I'd just like to congratulate all the members and the witnesses that we had on our week traveling from coast to coast. I thought there were great questions and even better answers from many of our witnesses. I had the pleasure of being there for Quebec City, Toronto, and Winnipeg, but I'm sure all stops were great. But when we so as I said earlier, I just want to make sure that my comments are anchored in the motion, and so I'll just read the first line here, which is it celebrates a Canadian pension plan as the foundation of a security and dignified retirement for tens of millions of Canadians, as a pillar of Canada's economy. And so my remarks will focus mainly on Canada's economy as per is directly in the motion. So we are, of course, in an extremely difficult economic time, really extremes we haven't seen since the Great Depression, Philip Cross, the of course noted academic and noted statistician. My apologies to the interpreter for that one. Has said that we have the worst GDP since the Great Depression. We're actually contracting. I believe it's per person GDP. Those numbers are obscured a little bit. And for those Canadians listening at home, they may be confused when they hear Liberals say, well, we had an increase in GDP. Our increase in population is obscuring the actual economic numbers, because while the absolute numbers are higher, the actual per Canadian numbers are lower. And so this government is, I guess, in some respects, successfully obscuring the truth. But you know what? The Canadians feel it, and people of Northumberland, Peterborough South, are very much aware of the economic times. And we see other indicators, such as food banks being at a record levels. I believe it's 2 million Canadians per month visit the food banks. And I heard a statistic actually just this morning that fully a third of food bank attendees or customers, I guess, our clients, maybe the best way to refer to them, fully a third of them are new. This is folks who've never been to a food bank before, and heard a great interview this morning from one of the individuals who are in charge of a food bank, and you can imagine the energy and exhaustion and the stress that would take for someone who'd never been to a food bank, probably never thought that they would ever go to a food bank, and yet this government, instead of focusing on these critical issues, is obsessed with scoring political points to sow division. Really, we all know from the first Trudeau on that there's been, if not willful, then certainly negligent policy and efforts that have alienated large portions of our country. And traditionally, that might be viewed as Western Canada, but I can tell you in rural Ontario, it's the same thing. The folks in my riding, parts of rural Canada, very much feel like they just are alienated and aren't thought about or cared about by this government, and you see that even more so in the carve out from the carbon tax, right? So yes, I'm glad that the Prime Minister got the memo from their members of caucus that said, the Atlantic ones that said, we can't campaign on this. We can't go back. We can't face our residents with a carbon tax at $80 a ton. And I'll just remind people on the record as well, because there was some confusion, and I'm sure it was honest confusion, on the road when I said the quadruple. In 2019, the carbon tax was $20 per ton. It is now 80. That's 4 times 20 is 80. Well, sorry, it will be in the spring of 2024. I should correct that. And so we've got the quadrupling of the carbon tax, and in many cases a very meager amount of rebate coming back the other way. And we get this exemption, this carve out, this acknowledgement that in fact the carbon tax is leading to an affordability crisis, as we heard from Tiff Macklin, who shared with us that the 16% of the 16% of inflation is actually directly because of the carbon tax, and 33% of inflation over target is directly because of the carbon tax. Those are all numbers. I'm sure this is honest confusion, but I've heard many Liberal and even NDP members in the House and even in this very committee get very confused on that point, and say things like it's only 1.5%. That's just not true. That's not what the governor said. The governor said, and he confirmed it, actually 60 full basis points, which is 16% of inflation. There's no doubt that by having that exemption, that carve out only for Atlantic Canada, I should be fair though. I want to be completely transparent and make sure that we have all the facts on there. It does apply to other people across the country who heat their homes with oil. The reality is, though, the majority who heat their homes with oil are out in the East Coast there, which is where the Prime Minister's caucus was very, very upset. but it's going to make many Canadians feel out in the cold, literally and figuratively. So, and it's the logic that Mr. Chair, that really sort of like I don't understand it. So, I hear Minister Wilkinson say, you don't understand. Fuel oil is really bad for the environment, so we have to take the carbon tax off it. But then that same guy will say, you don't understand, gasoline is really bad for the environment, so we have to quadruple the carbon tax. There's a complete gap of logic, and I every time I hear this debate, just not even as a partisan or as a conservative, but just as someone who studied philosophy in university, I don't understand the logic of it. Either the carbon tax leads to less of something, and so we should put it particularly heavily on bad things, or it doesn't, and then we should remove it all and instead allow Canadians to have the resources that they need to make the decisions that they need. And that gets me to actually Bill 234. As some of you might be aware, that I originated Bill 206 as a private member's bill back in 2019. And that was the predecessor to 234, which was to remove propane and natural gas remove the carbon tax from propane and natural gas for farmers. This would affect farmers from coast to coast to coast.
Mr. Chair, point of order. My point of order is based on relevance. Now, the Conservative member is talking about a bill that is currently before the Senate and which has absolutely nothing to do with the motion that is on the floor of this committee.
Okay, PS Bendayan, yes. So to MP Lawrence, yeah, you were talking about the economy. If you could get back to the economy and get back to this, PS Bendayan's motion
on
CPP.
Thank you very much. And I'll anchor my comment and make sure that that's clear, the connection. So the carbon tax is having a huge impact on the economy. And we actually heard testimony. You don't just have to take my word for it, Mr. Chair. You can take Tiff Macklin's word for it. The number one problem with the economy, which is, I think, universally agreed, from Bill Morneau to John Manley to Minister Freeland, I think they would all agree that inflation is the number one problem. And we heard testimony from the Governor of Bank of Canada that 16% of that inflation, or 33% above target, is directly related to the carbon tax. So one really can't talk about the economy without talking about the carbon tax. So I know that might offend the sensibilities of some Liberals, as this is the signature piece that has really, it hasn't really accomplished anything on the environment. In fact, all it's doing is actually, as I had the opportunity to talk about a little bit, is it's pushing Canadian companies to either leave themselves fully or to put their manufacturing offshore, and so that they don't have to pay carbon tax. Because in places like Guangdong Province or in West Virginia, where they may rely heavily on coal, they don't have to pay the carbon tax, which means instead of having clean Canadian natural gas powering relatively efficiently industry, we have the same products being made in Guangdong Province, in West Virginia, and elsewhere in the world, where they power with coal. And so I would much rather have the hydroelectric dam in Niagara Falls powering and creating manufacturing in Ontario, as opposed to having coal in the outskirts of Beijing and around other industrial areas where they just don't have the same clean tech that we do here in Canada. But getting back to the bill I was talking about, which was Bill 206, and agriculture is a primary part of the economy, and I think one of the most critical parts of the economy. And so we want to talk a little bit about how carbon tax interrelates with agriculture, which is both are critical to the economy. So I had the great pleasure of introducing Bill 206 into Parliament in 2019, which was to reduce or to exempt natural gas and propane from the carbon tax regime for farmers. And like I said, it would affect farmers from coast to coast to coast, but particularly those who are drying grain. This was on excuse the language, but this was the term they use in agriculture circles. This was on the heels of the harvest from hell. It was a very wet harvest, which created a very moist grain and corn. And so individuals had to pay tens of thousands of dollars in carbon tax. And that continues to the day. And that was at $20 per ton. As I said, it's been quadrupled now to $80 a ton. And we heard great testimony on the road, and I hope that members of the government, particularly, were listening to CAP and other expert witnesses. And so we took that all the way to the Senate, Mr. Chair. We got it all the way there, and unfortunately, Prime Minister Trudeau called his unnecessary $600 million election, and so it stalled there at the Senate. But to my great relief and admiration, my great colleague, Mr. Ben Lobb, he brought it back in the form of 234. And I might say he actually improved the bill to amend it to include barn heating, amongst other small but important amendments that Mr. Lobb made to that bill. And actually, we're here now again. It's back in the Senate. Unfortunately, the Liberal government in the so-called independent Senate, and I do say so-called, is utilizing pressure on the senators of which they control. And they are currently stalling that bill. And one of the reasons why I think they might be stalling it is because the Environment Minister, Mr. Guilbeault, has said that if there's one more carve-out, he will resign as Environment Minister. Well, that carve-out, I believe, is coming. I think we've got the support in there. So I would call on the Prime Minister, if he's got to choose between his Environment Minister and Canadian agriculture, I think the choice is easy there. I think you go with Canadian agriculture, and I'm sure Mr. Guilbeault, despite his criminal record, is eminently employable. And so I believe he'll be just fine going forward. But when we have the question is with the carbon tax. So now we should have farmers. We will likely have farmers as exempt as long as the Liberal senators don't hold it up too much. And by the way, anyone who's listening, please do write your Liberal
Mr. Chair,
MP.
point of order, please. I am renewing my point of order on the subject of relevance. With much respect, my colleague has not respected your direction, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, again, so MP Lawrence, please stick to the motion. It is about the Canada Pension Plan and the foundation of a secure and dignified retirement for tens of millions of Canadians, and a pillar of Canada's economy. Recognizes the important contribution of the Quebec Pension Plan, which was established independently at the same time as the Canada Pension Plan, and stands with the majority of Albertans who are opposed to Premier Daniel Smith's dangerous plan to withdraw from the Canada Pension Plan that threaten the pensions of millions of seniors and hardworking Canadians from coast to coast. So if we
On
could
the same
kind of
point of
focus
order?
on that.
On the
MP
same
Lawrence.
point of order, Mr. Chair?
Point of order?
Yeah, yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe the member is getting there, and with respect, agriculture would be a strong pillar of Canada's
That's not
economy.
a point of order, but the member can speak, but I would ask that the member focus on the motion. MP Lawrence.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it actually is self-evident that carbon tax is affecting farmers and that agriculture is a big part of the economy. If this member is saying that somehow agriculture is not part of the Canadian economy, I wish he would just come out there and say that, and because my farmers certainly feel differently than that. Perhaps, Mr. Chair, I might speculate that that's maybe their lack of respect for farmers is leading to the extreme food insecurity that millions of Canadians are focused on, that are facing right now. And so I firmly disagree with the member that agriculture is not. I believe agriculture is part of the economy, and I'm going to continue to talk about it because it says it right here, a pillar of the Canada's economy, and so I'll continue to talk about it. And so, in talking about agriculture this year, and actually the testimony that we heard with respect to this very finance committee in Winnipeg from agriculture groups and farmers themselves. It was no doubt, and they agreed that probably the best solution is not any more carve-outs, but just to cancel the carbon tax once and for all. When you think about it, is there any other button that that this government could hit that would reduce inflation by 16% tomorrow? And actually, and 33% above target. Like, what other policy lever would be that effective in fighting carbon tax? And I honestly, I mean this. And so, when I no longer have the floor, I really like what's their answer to reducing inflation? I've got a policy right now that will reduce the rate of inflation by 16 and 33%. The other thing, I although I agree with most of Mr. Macklum's testimony with respect to the impact of carbon tax on inflation, it should be pointed out that he just talked about the direct impact. So he was just talking about fuel. So that's not even the full impact on inflation. It's actually just part of it. But the other thing that he said, and I know members across the aisle who I respect have said, well, yes, Phil, but it's only for 1 year. And it's true, he did say that. But the reality is, the carbon tax is actually set to increase all the way to 2030 to 170 tons, which means it will have an impact on inflation every year until 2030. So it doesn't just stop this year. The impact on inflation will continue to go forward because when you cancel the carbon tax, you actually you eliminate not only the carbon tax now, but the future increases as well. And that's actually a question I'm looking forward to putting to Governor Macklem going forward, because it just is clear basic logic on that. But when we look at the overall divisive policies of this government, of the carbon tax carve-out, what you see is that the carbon tax is getting more and more holes in it, and in fact, it's almost untenable going forward because you've got the heating oil exemption, you'll have the farmer exemption hopefully soon, and then there are other exemptions that I don't understand quite why they're not in there. So no one has been affected by the affordability crisis more than persons with disabilities. Why should there not be a carbon tax exemption for persons with disabilities? And on that, I mean, especially given the fact that this government still, despite the fact we're 1,000 days from the introduction of legislation with respect to the Canadians with disability benefit, and actually we're over 1 year since the enabling legislation, we still don't have it funded. And so this government has to be fair to persons with disabilities, and we heard a great testimony on that, and some with respect to that. But we are now double punishing individuals who, unfortunately, and to the great sort of great criticism of our society, persons with disabilities are often at the lowest quintile of economic performance, which is not a reflection on them, it's a reflection on us as politicians. And so one, I'm hoping that the fall economic statement finally funds this benefit that I believe got unanimous support in the House of Commons. And I would, but now we're going to, in addition to that, charge individuals carbon tax, which is very, very difficult. The other thing is that the Canadians who are most economically vulnerable in general often get hurt disproportionately by regressive taxes, like the GST and like the carbon tax, because actually I actually had the opportunity to talk to one of the poverty advocates at the. And it appears as though my testimony might have made the other member become ill, and I apologize for that. And then he said that in his experience, only 4% of those who are most financially vulnerable, those at the bottom of the economic spectrum, file their income taxes. And for those individuals who are making an income of over $25,000, they are paying taxes, and it's a net economic loss. For those, unfortunately, who are not reaching that threshold, or even sometimes higher, they are in the receipt of net benefits. And so, for example, if you are an individual who has had difficult economic times for whatever reason, if they do not file their income tax return, which according to this poverty advocate, that's 96% of them, they don't get the carbon tax rebate. But the reality on the meager earnings that they are carving out, and I'm sure they're doing their best to make more, but for whatever reason, there are obstacles and barriers in their way. I'm sure, for the most part, beyond their control. They have to pay carbon tax. Like if they're paying for rent, they're either paying it directly or indirectly through the heating costs. They're probably using some type of transportation or another that would likely require some type of fossil fuels. And once again, they are paying for that dollars. And we had further testimony when we heard from the City of London as well, when they talked about how difficult it was. That, Mr. Chair, was some of the more startling testimony about the number of individuals who lost their lives in the city of London, on the streets of London. It was deeply moving for myself, and I'm sure the other members. And they agreed that one of the things that we could do as parliamentarians is reduce the cost to heat, right? And many of these organizations who are providing solace or care or respite to individuals who find themselves unhomed are having to pay the carbon tax, and that is at the cost of providing more benefits to individuals who are in the most difficult circumstances that we could imagine. And instead of buying extra winter coats, they're having to pay for the carbon tax. And so it is incredibly it's incredibly difficult for me to see why a government that is mirrored and mired our country into a housing crisis where mortgages are up 2 or 3 times, rent is up 2 times. That's if you can find a place. I know in some of the communities in my riding of Cobourg and Port Hope, they're facing vacancy rates of less than 1%. So even if you have the $2,000 or $2,500 a month to pay for housing, it just doesn't exist. And so, and I just cannot understand why they continue to go on this direction of making life more difficult. And quite frankly, the root of a lot of these issues is our productivity crisis. And so Canada, unfortunately, is ranked near the bottom of the OECD with respect to productivity. And so the one thing that I hope the fall economic statement is that they're looking through a lens of productivity. If I were advising the Minister of Finance, and maybe she's listening, I don't know, I would put every single economic policy through a productivity lens. In some cases, there might be things that outrank productivity, but everything this government should do should be looking upon the productivity of it, because even inflation is affected by productivity, because of course we heard a lot from the governor of Bank of Canada, Tiff Macklin, talking about inflation and about demand on inflation. But there's two sides of it. There's two sides of the ledger. There's both demand and supply. And so what the governor of Bank of Canada is attempting to do is reduce demand. He's trying to get less dollars to chase goods. And so and he's doing that mainly by talking about monetary policy, by reducing the money supply and increasing interest rates. So that reduces the money. But he's even sort of unprecedentedly, and I've got to admit, I was a little taken aback at Finance Committee that he was so forthright, and good on him, that he was calling out the federal government, who was spending at a growth rate of 3.5%, to bring it down to under 2%. Otherwise, it would be at cross purposes, or in his words, unhelpful to his efforts. But there's the other side. So there's the demand side, and slowing demand is painful. Slowing demand increases interest rates, which makes mortgages more expensive. And also it causes unemployment and puts you on a path towards recession and maybe even stagflation. Now, there's another way. There's a other side of the ledger. We call that supply. And the study of that is called supply-side economics. And so if we can increase the amount of goods, then society becomes more prosperous as goods become more bountiful. And it doesn't come with the pain that reducing demand does. In fact, and the exact opposite. If you increase supply, you're increasing economic opportunity for everyone. You are increasing prosperity. You are increasing the wealth of the nation. You are increasing the size of the pie. And so what I firmly believe that this government needs to do, not just to combat inflation now, but we could be, as Tiff Macklin and other economists have commented on, we could actually be in for structural high inflation, meaning we're just simply not producing enough goods. And in order to meet the demand that we have, especially with the large population growth we have, but rather than tamping down demand by saying Canadians need to do with less and be happy about it, which seems to be the calling words of the other side, I believe that Canadians can produce more, make more, and be more prosperous. And when we increase economic growth, it's been proven over and over again, from JFK to Brian Mulroney, we actually help the most vulnerable the most, because it's when we get that economic squeeze of supply. It's not the wealthy of our society. It's not the millionaires who suffer. They'll be just fine. It's when you're making $1 million a year and you lose 10% of your income. It's probably not a good time. I've never earned $1 million, but it's probably not a good time. But if you're making $10,000 a year and you lose 10% of your income, that means you're probably not going to eat some days. And so it's the most vulnerable that get crushed. And actually, once again, Governor Macklin came out and pretty much said just this. When Governor Macklin called inflation a tax that affects the most vulnerable the most significantly. And once again, I was surprised by Governor Macklin's candor on the topic, and I look forward to having him back here again, and so that he can amplify these comments, because inflation is an incredibly corrosive force on our economy as it waters down the wealth of Canadians. Like I said, there is a demand side, and I understand the governor has to do what he has to do right now to reduce inflation, which is to increase interest rates. And but his job is going to be made harder, meaning he'll have to increase interest rates more if this government can't get their spending under control. And in fact, the Scotiabank said in a recent report that actually fully $700 of the average mortgage is the direct result of this government's profligate spending. And in that same report, I believe they said that investment in housing is down 14%, meaning that we don't have more houses to come online. We are welcoming newcomers, which is fantastic and great, but we owe it to them as well as individuals who were born in Canada to enable them to be able to afford housing. And so if we can't deliver the housing for newcomers and all Canadians, that's devastating, right? So because not being able to afford a house isn't just you don't get a lawn, and it's oftentimes people choose not to have families yet at that point because they just don't have any place to put their children. And so we are causing all sorts of social and economic pain by not having the appropriate housing plan in place. Now, our leader, Pierre Poilievre, has come up with a common sense housing plan to reduce taxes, reduce red tape, to incentivize municipalities to get more housing starts out the door. But right now we're going in the wrong way. And in fact, in testimony before this very finance committee, the CMHC said that no, the current policies will not bridge the housing gap, which means we have another nail in the structural inflation coffin. Our productivity issues are reducing our supply of pretty much everything, and now we have housing that we are unable to increase the houses that we need, which will increase housing going forward. And then on top of that, we're also limiting the ability to make use of our own natural resources. Of course, a large portion of inflation and CPI is actually fuels, gasoline, diesel, and so because we are limiting our ability to be self-sufficient, even though we have clean, great Canadian natural gas, Canadian energy. The impact of that we will be increasingly dependent on other countries, meaning we are dependent on world markets with respect to future fuel prices, which leave us exposed to a shock in energy prices. And so this government in many ways is creating the perfect storm for structural high inflation. And we need to have a common sense. We need to have a common sense plan to get this economy back on the rails. And so, what our leader has said very clearly that CPP is something that we believe should continue to be national in scope, with, of course, the notice exemption of Quebec. And we would encourage Albertans and Alberta to stay in CPP. But we do have trouble with the language, particularly the third line of Ms. Bendayan. My apologies. A third line in there, a third paragraph. And so I would like to move a motion at this point to delete that and replace it with the following. The Liberal federal government's divisive policies, such as the carbon tax, C-69 and C-48, are sowing division in our country and dividing our nation.
That's an amendment.
This amendment, yep.
Debate on this? No debate?
I will put myself on the list there.
Yep. Debate on this amendment?
Yep, absolutely. Thank you.
So you're speaking to your amendment?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Perfect. And so I think it's important to note that this Liberal government has continued to put forward policies that divide our great country, whether it be the carbon tax, which I've talked about, but we'll continue to talk about, or the C-69, which is referred to as the No More Pipelines bill, or C-48. We need to, in order to, Abraham Lincoln famously said that a house divided cannot stand. And so we need to have a country that is working together. And so we need from every corner, from Nova Scotia to British Columbia. We need everyone rowing in the same direction and working together to make this the great country that we know it should and can be. When we look across our country, we see individuals increasingly feeling as though they are being left out by this government. And whether you are a logger in British Columbia, or you're working on, my apologies, or you are working, in the oil fields in Alberta. Yeah, it was exactly. No, well, no, that's the time to get started. That's the 1/10 point.
done?
Exactly. I'm going to focus on the meat of my comments now. Yes, I am. Yeah, exactly.
Don't set a bar you can't meet.
Thank you.
Manage expectations.
I do enjoy my friends in the NDP and always interesting comments. But so we're talking about division and the way these policies are sowing division. And so we have the carbon tax exemption, which is the latest example of Liberals playing one side of the country against another. And so I'm actually going to take a little bit of a break because I want to hear from one of our Atlantic members with respect to how his members, how his constituents feel about division in this country and whether it's on the rise or otherwise. How long do you want me to go for? Whatever you feel. I'll jump in.
We'll go to MP Ellis on the amendment. Yeah.
Do you want to speak to the?
Do you want to speak to the amendment?
Yeah, sorry, I thought it was on.
Oh, you were okay. I didn't realize. Yeah, he had raised his hand, MP Blakey, but
okay.
but I wasn't sure if that was.
If you want to go, Daniel,
I'll come
Yeah,
after
he
him.
can go
Okay.
first if he'd like. I'm just visiting here, but
All right. Yeah. Okay. MP Blakey, and then MP Ellis on the amendment.
Sure. I will try to be as relevant to the amendment as my colleague just was to the motion. Maybe more so. We'll see. Look, I think it's important to state that I'm quite satisfied with the motion as it stood. I don't see any particular need to amend the motion, and particularly not in the way that my colleague has proposed. If I understand correctly, the reason why we're not on the housing study is because my Conservative colleagues take exception to the phrase Premier Daniel Smith's dangerous plan. And, I think it is pretty clear if you look at some of the public domain polling that a majority of Albertans are very seriously concerned about the prospect of leaving the Canada Pension Plan. I think it's pretty clear if you've read the coverage by various media outlets of this particular proposal, that it's something that that the Alberta government dreamt up in order to try and create some political leverage. And I think it is dangerous to stake the pension futures of Canadian workers across the country on a political gambit to try and wrest things out of Ottawa. And I think that a government that is trying to act in the interest of its people, doesn't politicize their pensions in that way. And the Canada Pension Plan has an excellent track record of, frankly, great returns. I think there's a lot of people who would like to see in their personal investment portfolio returns of the kind that the CPP has seen. I think they've averaged about 10% over the last 10 years. Of course, it's been a very tumultuous 10 years. And until interest rates went up, it was pretty hard to get a 10% return on much of anything. And so, the Canada Pension Plan, there's always debates about what it invests in and how much it invests and all the rest, but I don't think there should be any debate about the efficacy of the CPPIB in securing a good return for Canadian pensioners. And so I don't take exception to this. And what I would say to my colleagues, I mean, we not that long ago, we passed a motion objecting to the HSBC-RBC merger. We did that, we did that because even though there were some folks, if memory serves, I don't think the Liberals voted on that particular proposal. So they didn't oppose it, but they didn't support it either. I think what's notable about that, notwithstanding the merits of abstention, and I won't speak to that at the moment, was that we got to make a decision as a committee. So I get that there are some folks around the table that want to defend Daniel Smith more than they want to study housing. But that's not the point of view of everyone around the committee table, or maybe we'll find out that it is. I don't know. The point is that we'll know when we have the vote. And I don't think that suspending the work that this committee, I think, was managing to do in a constructive way on the housing file, something that we haven't seen enough of, constructive, productive work, to just in order to provide political cover for Daniel Smith, who, as I say, I think is doing something that is dangerous and risky and not motivated, in my opinion, by the right reasons, I think is a mistake. So I'd be very glad to see us come to a vote. As I say, when it came to the RBC HSBC merger, it wasn't that we had we didn't have a consensus, and that's not the way that we operate in Parliament in any event. You know, a lot of often hear Conservatives talk about the wonder of majority democracy and 50% plus one and all of that, but 50% plus one only matters if you get to have a vote. Now, when they don't like it, they say you need to have a consensus. Yeah. When they do like it, 50% plus one will do. So, you know, which is it? Is it 50% plus one, or is it consensus-based decision-making? If the Conservatives want consensus-based decision-making to be the way we do things on Parliament Hill, surely they'll have to carry a very different attitude and posture into committee meetings in the House of Commons than they have been for as long as I can remember, because I would say their posture is not one that promotes consensus decision-making. I've been part of organizations that operate on a consensus-based model, and the discussions around the table look very differently. So if the commitment is to 50% plus one, and so be it, I'm not advocating for a change to consensus-based decision-making. I'm just saying if you have and you support a 50% plus one model, the only way that it's functional is if you allow for votes to happen. And what the Conservatives are doing is essentially imposing a consensus-based decision-making model on the committee by refusing to allow for a vote on when they don't agree with the motion. So I'm to take from this that the only way we're going to have votes around here is if the Conservatives already like what the motion has to say. As a New Democrat, I know very well what it means to lose votes and nevertheless be committed to an institution in which I don't always win based on the rules. But I don't take my ball and go home. I don't refuse for business to happen simply because I don't like all of the business that's being conducted. I focus myself on the next battle, and like I say, people are free to take whatever position they want around the table. What I don't like is a position that says unless we like what's in the motion, there won't be any votes. And I will say, for as much as I have disagreements with my Liberal colleagues from time to time, they clearly didn't. I think what I'm reading into the tea leaves is that they weren't thrilled about the RBC HSBC merger motion at committee. I don't know. I'll leave that for them to say. They didn't vote against it. They didn't vote for it, but they did allow the vote to happen. And I don't see that we need to sit here much longer, provided that we can allow a vote to happen. And then we'll know the will of the committee as we came to know the will of the committee on the RBC HSBC merger, and we will move on from this. The reason we're not moving on is because the Conservatives are doing Daniel Smith's dirty work at this table because they don't like the idea that a committee of the House of Commons would criticize her. I don't think that's the threshold here. We're allowed to have votes on these kinds of things, or at least we should be. And so, you know, if need be, I can say more about the amendment, but certainly on the main motion, I'm happy to proceed to a vote. I think it's fine as it stands. I don't think the amendment improves the motion in any way, nor do I think it helps us get closer to a consensus. If that's indeed what the Conservatives are looking for, I don't see this amendment as having contributed to that at all. I do know that when the motion was first moved, there was some talk about trying to find an amendment and come closer to a consensus. I've been willing to listen to an open ear on that. This amendment has not been part of those conversations, and I think is clearly designed not to bring the committee closer to any kind of consensus. So a little bit of disappointment on that front, to be sure, that protecting Daniel Smith's political hide is going to be more important to federal conservatives around this table than approaching consensus. But I'll leave it now to my conservative colleagues to carry on talking. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, MP Blakey. MP Ellis.
well, thank you very much, Chair, and thanks everyone for allowing me to be here and speak on this this important motion. You know, we know very clearly that that the motion that my colleague moved is really about division, and as he mentioned, you know, Cumberland Colchester is in Atlantic Canada and has been significantly affected by the divisive carbon tax and the negative impact it's had on the people that I represent, and certainly it is a time that we have had more outcry from citizens on one policy than anything else, mostly because, of course, that they cannot afford to heat their homes or house themselves and feed themselves. And this is incredibly distressing. You know, I was a family physician for 26 years, and certainly some people question my sanity for leaving that and coming here as a politician, a well-respected profession, to come here and do something quite different. But that being said, I guess what I would suggest is that having had very deep relations with many people over, you know, a quarter of a century plus, you begin to realize that the pain that Atlantic Canadians are feeling at the current time is disproportionate to any other time, and certainly in my adult life. Never before do I remember people going in droves to the food bank, and indeed the food bank in my particular riding had to reach out, the food bank in Truro had to reach out to the county to ask them to pay their mortgage, first of all because their mortgage rates were incredibly high, which we know is driven by the reckless spending of the NDP Liberal coalition government, but also because that the demand at the food bank was more than ever, such that they couldn't meet the demand while meeting the payments on their mortgage. And when you begin to look at those realities of life and the fact that one dear little old lady called, I spoke with her, and she said, there's two stories that I think are very, very important in telling about the division that we're seeing in this country, is that this one lady called and said, I get up in the morning, she lived in a mobile home, she turned on the heat so that it would heat up, she got something to eat, she then went back to bed with her clothes on and pulled the covers up until supper time when things got cold again. She then turned the furnace on again, warmed up the house, had something to eat, and then went back to bed. And that was how she spent her days last winter, over and over and over and over again. And when you begin to understand that that's how she spent her days, it becomes very unfulfilling. And I think the other thing that another lady made very clear was a concept that she called ungrocery, which to me was something, of course, it's not a real word, but that being said, it was incredibly disheartening to hear her story, that she said she would get her grocery cart, she would go around the supermarket, pick out the things that she wanted, realize that she could not afford them, and then do the opposite, taking things out of her cart such that she would then have a bill at the end of the day that she could afford. So when you begin to look at those things, it becomes very, very difficult in the country in understanding the division that this NDP Liberal coalition has created. The other thing that we when we talk about division, we understand that in rural Atlantic Canada, many people still live in single-family houses, and they heat their homes with oil. That's becomes a difficult situation. We know that the cost of home heating fuel has skyrocketed under this NDP Liberal coalition. But the sad thing that goes along with it that has helped create this division is the fact that a company called Sustainable Marine had a tidal power project, part of which was based in the great riding of Cumberland Colchester, which, because the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, run by the NDP Liberal coalition, refused to provide them direction on how to go forward. The difficulty, of course, with that is in the Bay of Fundy, we have the highest tides in the world, of course, the most potential, and the potential there would suggest that there is a possibility that when harnessed, the tidal power in the Bay of Fundy would actually be able to power all of Atlantic Canada, to provide every person there with the energy that they need at a reasonable cost. Sustainable Marine Energy was the only company in the history of attempting to harness tidal power to have the ability to actually put electricity back into the grid. And when this NDP Liberal Coalition government refused to provide forward direction, I took the opportunity, went to speak to the director of Sustainable Marine, and it was really quite fascinating. He was very excited. He actually his company developed a new style of ship platform to be able to place their tidal power harnessing equipment on top of the water. We had an incredible discussion. The people from FORCE were there, which is the federal government arm of monitoring with respect to tidal power projects. And really, of course, the concern that people may have is how many fish were actually harmed by the process of harnessing tidal power. And they had underwater listening devices and video devices, and the only event that was close to being harmful was a fish once swam through the turbines. It wasn't injured, it wasn't hit, it wasn't in any way, shape, or form affected. And these comments were echoed by the federal government monitoring arm called FORCE as well, that it was very, very clear that the method proposed by Sustainable Marine was not harming fish at the particular site. And so when you look at this and have a federal government which is harming the ability of Atlantic Canadians to provide energy into the grid and to actually provide enough energy, as I said previously, to provide electricity for the entire Atlantic provinces, which would free us from the need to buy it from elsewhere, of course, in a sustainable manner. When we talk about emissions, it always fascinates me. When you think about tidal energy, there are no emissions, like zero. How much better could you get than that? So if you're not harming the local fish environment and you have zero emissions with a possibility to provide enough energy for all of Atlantic Canada, and the only thing that is standing in the way is the Department of Fisheries and Oceans refusing to provide guidance to allow Sustainable Marine to move forward. So they had one platform in the water, which again was the only project to ever supply energy back into the grid. The meeting also included one other company, because people, of course, will say, well, somebody else will do it. The one other company, I said, do you actually have a project proposal? Well, no, we have an idea. Do you have any investors? No, we don't have any investors. So you don't have a project in the water, you have no money, and you're not putting power in the grid. That is correct. And the one company that is putting power in the grid, what are we doing? We are telling them to go home. So not we on this side of the House, let's be clear on that. The NDP Liberal Coalition, Department of Fisheries and Oceans is saying, take your ball and your bat and go home. And so what did Sustainable Marine do? They took it upon themselves to remove all of their equipment from that site. Not only did they do that, but they spent an extra $250,000 to send divers to the site to ensure that not one piece of plastic or chain or any other remnant of their project was left to contaminate, so to speak, the site that they were using for their project. Now, the only good news is
Mr.
that
Chair, point of order.
when I spoke to...
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The point of order is on relevance. I very much appreciate the guest appearance of my Conservative colleague opposite, and I was very intent on listening up until the point where it seems that we're devolving into the details of a very specific story that has not only nothing to do with the motion on the Canada Pension Plan, but also not, at least to my mind, related to the amendment that is now on the table. So perhaps the member can come back to the issue at hand.
MP Ellis, please focus just on, like I said, on the motion and the motion as amended.
Absolutely, Chair. We're talking about division, and I think it's important that folks understand the carve-outs that have happened with respect to the carbon tax around this country has created significant division. And the division, of course, is related directly to energy security, which, of course, now that the tidal power project has been canceled by the lack of direction provided by the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, that a significant glimmer of hope for Atlantic Canadians to allow them and us, I'll include myself there, allow us to become energy independent is a significant division creating area for all of us in Atlantic Canada based on the policies of this NDP Liberal coalition government. Now, Sustainable Marine didn't say that they, when I asked them, would you consider coming back? And how this gentleman worded it was, he said, if you threw me a lifeline, I would probably climb up the rope. And that says a lot for the gentleman and for Sustainable Marine to be looking at how to harness tidal power as an energy source, which would be a tremendous feat. As I said, the largest tides in the world in the Bay of Fundy. And if we could possibly do that, which they were well on their way to doing, then that would change the landscape. We wouldn't need to be talking about the divisive policies of the NDP Liberal government here in Ottawa, because Atlantic Canadians would not be requiring carve-outs because they continued to need to use home heating fuel as a fuel source, which, as I said previously, certainly causes significant difficulties with the two elderly ladies that I discussed previously. One of the other things, of course, which has caused significant problems for Atlantic Canadians is historically Atlantic Canadians would rely on on some meager pension, the OAS, and as we're talking about, the Canada Pension Plan, but they would also rely on equity built up in their homes after many years because in Nova Scotia and the other Atlantic provinces, people tend not to move around a whole lot. They would own their own homes for a considerable length of time. But now, when I begin to talk to young people in Cumberland, Colchester, we understand very clearly that that the cost of a home has doubled, that the cost of a mortgage has gone up 150%, and of course that the cost of rent has gone up double. And when we begin to see that, and when people have not only energy insecurity now, because we know that their ability, as I discussed over the last several minutes, their ability to pay their energy bills has gone up, their ability has gone down, and their energy bills have gone up, that now we also know that their ability to buy a house is now being lost. And the next generation coming along, they have significant despair. And it's interesting, my colleague from South Shore St. Margaret's came up with a great new word that this government NDP Liberal coalition is selling people, and it's called hopium. And they are wanting people to have hope in their opioid-laced policies. And I won't divert myself into the opioid crisis, but many of their other policies are selling is this haze-inducing utopia that just does not exist for the average person out there. And we know very clearly that certainly those of us on this side of the discussion are getting incredible amounts of people who are losing hope because of the divisive nature of this NDP Liberal coalition. And I know very clearly that my colleagues on the other side are getting it as well. Having talked to many of them after we came back in September of how their summer was, when they were out door knocking, the disdain with which they were greeted at the door really led them down this road of division, of needing to carve out a carbon tax relief for Atlantic Canadians. And we know that when they were out door knocking and talking about their hopium policies, that people were not buying that anymore, that people really understood very clearly that the policies of continuing to spend $600 billion of inflationary spending, as my great colleague spoke about, as the supply and demand economics, and we know very clearly that those hopium-type policies have been something that Canadians from coast to coast have been able to see through and understand that this kind of foolish spending is no longer something that they believe in. What they believe in is common sense, and they know very clearly that things like tidal power, like being able to afford a home, like being able to feed yourself, like being able to keep a roof over your head, is very important to Canadians. And what they understand very clearly is that they want the chance to do that. They want a chance to buy their own home so that, again, they could get back to what would normally happen in Atlantic Canadian before the highest inflation we've seen in 40 years, is their ability to buy a house, which then would appreciate modestly in value over the many years and that they would actually own the home. And then if they were owning that home, of course, as their life became shorter and shorter, that they would know that not only would they have perhaps a small pension if they were fortunate, but they would actually have equity in their home, which would then allow them to live through the latter years of their life in relative comfort. So we know that as the NDPs and Liberals have gone around knocking on doors this summer, that they know that the hopium that they were selling to Canadians just doesn't exist. The Canadians are not buying that, and they know very, very clearly that the crisis that now exists is creating a division across this country. The other thing, of course, that is causing division and distrust in the NDP Liberal coalition is related to Bill C-234, which my colleague talked about being in the Senate now. And we know very clearly that Canadian farmers, and I think it's important and germane that we understand how the supply chain works, is that when you tax the farmer that grows the food and you tax the trucker that delivers the food, then the person, the consumer at the final end, of course, is going to be paying more and more and more. That's common sense. Common sense that anybody could understand that as a friend of mine once said, businesses don't pay more tax, they pass those taxes on to consumers. So when you tax the farmer and you tax the person who delivers it, then the person who buys it at the end of that chain, of course, is going to pay more for that product. There's no expectation, well, perhaps there is on the part of this NDP Liberal coalition, that the farmer would absorb all of those costs, which we know when we talk to our agriculture critic, that the costs for farmers in the requirement to heat their barns and dry grain, that those costs have gone up precipitously over the last 8 years, making it almost untenable. We know that very clearly Canada really should be a powerhouse with our ability to feed the world. And very, very sadly, the disrespect that the NDP Liberal coalition has shown to farmers is not allowing Canadian farmers to do that. And when we have an ability to do that...
Point of order? I believe he's talking about the bill that would provide an exemption to farmers on the carbon tax for drying grain with fossil fuels. He may know that New Democrats supported that legislation. It's why it's in the Senate. It's because New Democrats voted for it. So he keeps talking about a NDP Liberal coalition not supporting things that the NDP has supported. I'd remind him actually that we recently
had a MPLS. You have the floor. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
It's incoherent.
Interesting, but really, as we all know,
but MPLS, I do ask you to focus on the motion and on the amendment that has been brought forward by MP Lawrence. I'll read the motion one more time just for you.
Oh,
just
sure.
Yeah, let me do that. So the motion is that the chair of the committee immediately report to the House that the committee celebrates the Canada Pension Plan as the foundation of a secure and dignified retirement for tens of millions of Canadians and a pillar of Canada's economy. 2, recognizes the important contribution of the Quebec Pension Plan, which was established independently at the same time as the Canada Pension Plan. And 3, stands with the majority of Albertans who are opposed to Premier Daniel Smith's dangerous plan to withdraw from the Canada Pension Plan that threaten the pensions of millions of seniors and hardworking Canadians from coast to coast. That's what we have.
Well, thank you very much,
Yes.
Chair. And I don't know that you read the proposed amendment by my
There
colleague.
is a proposed amendment. It was brought into, yep. So you can, if you would like to, you can.
No, I'm good. I know what
Okay.
it says.
Okay.
I just was clear that the amendment related to division. And that's exactly what I was speaking to, was the significant division that sadly now exists across this great country related to the policies that the NDP Liberal government has created. Perhaps not specifically related to C-234, but the difficulty with C-234, of course, is that it's stalled now in the Senate, thanks to the Prime Minister's office trying to stall it there. So I think that's crystal clear in my mind. Again, creating more division throughout this country, and certainly that is something that we don't need. And we know that my colleague talked about productivity and the difficulties that exist there. And as I said very clearly in wrapping up, Chair, that the difficulties that exist in Atlantic Canada with respect to the affordability crisis and the ability for people to feed themselves, keep a roof over their heads, and to heat their homes in the coming winter is a position which is absolutely untenable. People do not want to simply exist. They would like to thrive, and I truly believe that Canadians have that ability to do so, which is being usurped by the NDP Liberal coalition. Perhaps, as my colleague would say, not specifically related from the NDP part of C-234, but certainly from their supporting of other government incredibly expensive and not spendthrift policies. So, Chair, having had the ability to speak a little bit about Atlantic Canada, I want to make it clear it's interesting that my colleagues talk about us wanting to prop up Daniel Smith. Well, certainly, I mean, I am obviously not from Alberta. I've never met Danielle Smith, and certainly I have no requirement to prop up Danielle Smith's government. I think that she's more than capable of doing that herself. So that being said, I do think it's important, though, that people really continue to understand that the job of His Majesty's loyal opposition is to hold the government to account. And when we see things that are not appropriate for all of Canada and are causing division, then I think I would suggest that it continues to be the job of the loyal opposition to call those out. That is the style of government that we have. I think everybody around this table knows that. I believe Mr. Blakey knows that very clearly, the Westminster style of government. And certainly that is something that we as Conservatives will continue to support. So I would have to say that the division sowed is troubling to myself, and on behalf of Atlantic Canadians, it is troubling to all of us. And I thank you, Chair, and I will cede the floor.
Thank you, MP Ellis. I have MP Chambers, and then I've got a list with MP Lawrence after that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. You always have a difficult job trying to keep everybody on point, and I appreciate the.
MP Chambers, on that, you are up next on the main motion.
Oh, thank you very much. So I'll get another opportunity. Thank you. This is on the amendment. I appreciated my colleagues' comments from the NDP. Mr. Blakey, I always find I have to do a little bit of self-reflection every time he speaks. I think he makes some fairly good points about opportunities. We don't always have the opportunity to make consensus choices, and certainly there are examples where motions are passed at the committee that not everybody agrees with, whether you abstain or what have you. I think the challenge I have with this motion is that there is actually an opportunity to have every party at the committee send a message to the government of Alberta and Albertans that reiterates the importance of the CPP, that Canadians benefit from the CPP, and that Albertans can be encouraged to stay within the CPP. There's all-party support for that motion. There is not all-party support to make the motion politically advantageous for the government to use a province to help them in their failing poll numbers. We could get out of this room today if we actually just dialed down the motion a little bit. And I can guarantee you there will be a news article written about all parties supporting the CPP. I can tell you there probably won't be a news article written about a highly political motivated motion that's passed with non-consensus votes. So I guess my point, the bigger point is there is an opportunity, as the leader of the official opposition has put forward, language that supports the CPP. Now, if the other parties aren't interested in considering that language, which has been circulated well in advance, in fact, immediately upon the motion being moved to debate, Conservatives worked and provided sample language that would take the political language out of the third point, including, standing with Canadians who wish to protect the CPP and encouraging Albertans to remain in the CPP so that it can be secured for Albertans and all Canadians, with, of course, apologies to the good people of Quebec who have their own pension plan. We can pass that today. But the government's decided that it wants to make an example out of Premier Danielle Smith because it's failing in the polls, so they'd rather fight her than they fight the leader of the opposition.
Good point.
And the odd irony of this all is that this is actually derailing the government's own legislative agenda. There are two bills that have to get before this committee and pass before people break for the holidays. And it's actually the government who's chosen to move this motion instead. So the government's actually choosing to move a politically motivated motion at committee instead of allowing its legislative agenda to go forward, which seems pretty bizarre to me. They're actually picking a fight with Danielle Smith than they are in getting certain bills passed through this committee. And what's going to end up happening is that we're going to rush and rush and rush. We'll have very few meetings on the fall economic statement when it gets here. We'll have few meetings on Bill C-56 when it gets here. We won't do our diligence as a committee because the government's interested in picking a fight with Danielle Smith. Now, I'm not a great historian of parliamentary precedent and studies that have been or motions that have been reported to the House. But it seems a little bit odd that a committee wants to single out a particular province. And personally, if it said British Columbia with a NDP premier or now an NDP premier in Winnipeg, I still don't think that would be appropriate. There's questions in question period every day about Danielle Smith's CPP plan, which, some members can be encouraged to run for provincial parliament. But the motion as it's written allows the chair to report to the House. That means that concurrence can be moved on that motion, and which will spark a debate, and members of Parliament can get up and they can make any comments they like about Premier Danielle Smith and Alberta CPP.
Mr. Chair?
We have the
Point of order.
opportunity.
I was just waiting for the clarification, but it hasn't come. So perhaps I can, through you, Mr. Chair, just ask if the member is moving an amendment while he's speaking to an amendment of one of his Conservative colleagues, because he seems to have read something out that he likes very much. Is that an amendment that the member is moving?
Well, we are on an amendment.
We're
right
on
now.
an amendment already. So I was just, Mr. Chair, thank you very much. I appreciate the question. I was just indicating that there are other less political amendments that I'm not moving.
PS Bendaña, so is this a sub-amendment?
No.
No.
No, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the language was circulated to all leaders of, or all the relevant individuals immediately upon the government member moving the motion. So we can end up playing politics with this all night. It's actually the government's legislative agenda that's being put at risk. By the way, we have been requested by the Minister of Finance to begin the review of the Proceeds of Crime and Money Laundering Act, which is statutorily obligated to occur before the end of this calendar year. That's one meeting. How many? We only have 6 meetings left. We're supposed to do Bill C-56 and the fall economic statement. So I'm a little bit puzzled why the government has decided to move this motion now and not accept any friendly amendments that have been recommended until now. And by the way, we're also supposed to hear from the Minister of Finance. Now, I think the Minister of Finance has given us a date, December 7th. I assume that's going to be on, I assume it'll be a combination of Bill C-56, the fall economic statement, plus inflation, plus housing, because the minister only likes to show up to committee when there's legislation to pass. There's either that theory, which is reasonable, or the other theory, which is that the Prime Minister's office doesn't allow her to come because he's actually too good at committee and she overshines the Prime Minister. So it's actually the Prime Minister's office, and we went through this like last spring, but just to remind people, it's actually the Prime Minister's office that doesn't want the Minister of Finance here because she's actually doing a better job than the Prime Minister on some things. So we'll only get her for like an hour, and she might say, oh, I'm going to be very generous, and I'll give you an extra 20 minutes. But the reason why this committee is dysfunctional is because the Minister of Finance actually hasn't agreed to any invitation to this committee outside of appearances that she decides to make to pass legislation. So if we want reasons for which Conservatives are making a point about this motion, I'll sum it up in a few points. First is, we have an opportunity as a committee to actually have a consensus and tell Albertans that we as an entire committee feel that the Canada Pension Plan is important. 2, we are going to harm ourselves the ability to pass legislation through the committee. Can't believe I'm making recommendations to the government about how they can pass legislation quicker through the committee, but I mean, this is what's going to end up happening. The government's decided to move a politically motivated motion to distract from its failing results in the polls because they think that Premier Danielle Smith is a better fodder for the Prime Minister than the leader of the official opposition. So it's unfortunate that we can't get a consensus on the committee to send a message to Alberta government and Albertans about the importance of the CPP. And I will take Mr. Blakey's recommendations and intervention to heart and reflect upon whether, as a matter of principle, I'll continue to hold up the passage of a politically motivated motion or whether there may be an opportunity just to abstain. But at this juncture, it it defies logic why we're here arguing about a politically motivated motion when there's so much work that the committee needs to do, when we could pass it pretty quick otherwise. And if the government members are signaling that they're willing to, or that they're open to a friendly amendment, I think we could probably wrap it up pretty quick. But that's not the message that we've been given. We only have 6 meetings left. We're going to take one for a ministerial, I believe, a ministerial appearance. We're going to supposed to take one for a statutory review of the Proceeds of Crime and Money Laundering and Terrorist Financing Act. By the way, if we don't do that, the government is going to get a bad mark from the Financial Action Task Force, who's reviewing Canada's approach to money laundering. I don't really think we want a black X. I don't think the government wants a black X. So it seems to me, actually, the government actually doesn't have a ton of leverage to decide to put this politically motivated motion through the committee. And so I guess they should have thought about that before they decided to bring the motion. In addition, the motion doesn't recognize that by design, the CPP has with it withdrawal criteria for provinces if they decide they want to set up their own plan. I don't think that's a great idea, but we could hear from the Bloc Québécois about the QPP. It's actually functioned fairly well, I think, for Quebecers. And so it's within each provincial government's right to ask whether it's getting value for money for its own taxpayers and its residents in the CPP. There is a mechanism by which a province can exercise that ability and have a discussion. Now, I don't actually believe the methodology is on such sound footing to provide the result in terms of the assets that would be given to Alberta should it withdraw. But the truth is, I mean, that's for Albertans to think about and discuss internally. We could send them a message as a committee that is unanimous, or we can just let a politically motivated motion pass the committee and it really not get much traction or attention because it's politically motivated. So call me an idealist. I just happen to think that there's an opportunity to do something here where we're all on the same page. I recognize that that may not be where everybody is at the moment. I still hold out hope, Mr. Chair. And I suppose if Mr. Blakey's, intervention is kind of the signal that we can't get there, then, I'll certainly have to reflect on the path forward. But I do think that it would be something if the committee actually said, we all support the CPP. And whatever member wants to move concurrence in the House and talk about till their heart's content grows, or until their heart's content about the political decisions of a particular premier in order to score local political points at home, I mean, that's up to that member. I just don't think the committee's a perfect place to single out a provincial premier. I'll stand to be corrected by the historians on what previous committees have done in this respect. But I'll remind members that just as the winds of change may sweep through Wellington Street and Langevin Block, yes, that's right, I still call it Langevin Block, that the winds of change can sweep through provincial legislative buildings, as it has actually in Manitoba, and we now have an NDP government in Manitoba. We have an NDP government in British Columbia. I don't really want to create a precedent for the future where committees will single out various premiers when they're failing in the polls, when a particular party is failing in the polls in order to score political points to distract from a narrative. So we have an opportunity to send a message as a committee. If we're now being told that no one wants to take that opportunity, we're prepared to talk it out. The government is just wasting its own time at this point, and they're not. I hope it's clear. We're going to burn through this meeting, and we're going to burn through Thursday meetings, and we won't be getting any legislation passed here. It'll require direction from the House. We will shortchange stakeholders who have serious concerns with the fall economic statement. As we understand, there'll be some tax measures put in that legislation that deserve to be scrutinized. And a lot of stakeholder concerns with C-56 that we're not going to spend a lot of time on anyway. And frankly, maybe we could make a deal. Maybe the motion could be passed if no one wants to take the nice approach and pass a unanimous motion, but their government's intent on having the political fight. Maybe we could make a deal where the Minister of Finance would actually show up to the committee.
Amazing.
I could be persuaded to abstain on a vote on the CPP if the Minister of Finance is going to actually appear on any one of the number of studies we've got open, other than just showing up, as is the tradition, to pass legislation through committee. So, Mr. Chair, I hope that I've given my colleagues something to think about. If they are open to hearing formally that amendment to reduce the political tension and get a nice moment where we all lock arms and send a message to the great people of Alberta about the Canada Pension Plan, I'd be open to moving that at the appropriate time. But, Mr. Chair, I'm, as I say, call me an idealist, but I think we're going to miss a sincere opportunity to do something nation-building and unifying for once, and instead continue down the path of sowing the seeds of division. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'll cede the floor.
Thank you, MP Chambers. MP Lawrence, please.
Is there anyone after me, Mr. Chair?
I don't think so.
Okay,
No.
I'll cede my time,
Okay.
Mr. Dettel, and I'll go
Okay,
on the
MP
list after.
Deltel.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Bien heureux de participer à ce.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm pleased to participate in this debate of the Finance Committee, and I thank you all for inviting me to, allowing me to attend, and my colleagues from the Environment Committee, and I'll offer him a ride home in my car. So we're both in the Environment Committee, in fact.
Concern about this issue because we're talking about the respect of the Constitution and also the respect of the will of each and every provinces. I think it's quite important when we live in a confederation, this is what Canada is all about, that we shall respect the fact that, yes, some provinces can have their own agenda and we shall respect that. Alors, Monsieur le Président, j'aimerais quand même rappeler que, oui, en effet, il y a
Nonetheless, I'd like to point out that there is the CPP, but there's also the RQ of Quebec. And of course, following very rigorous but honest and open and frank negotiation, we were able to establish the Quebec Pension Plan. It's just a matter of choice, and people choose the method or system that they want. It's been over 60 years now that this regime for pension plans in Quebec is in existence, and things are going very well. So we have to recognize the important contribution, as I'm reading here from the initial motion, in conjunction with the CPP. So it's quite important to respect provincial wishes, if you will, in matters of pensions. And when I say respect their choices, well, we have to establish frank and honest negotiations and discussions so that we have a win-win situation for all Canadians. The political will has to be there to respect the needs of Canadians. We're not there to cause trouble. We have different visions that are, of course, not aligned. That's part of politics. We have diverse opinions. And, of course, with conflict, perhaps we can cast light on an issue. What we have noted over the past few years is this gluttonous appetite that the federal government has to step into provincial jurisdictions. The courts, including the Supreme Court, has rendered a lot of decisions on the federal choice to get involved in the environment. I'm the shadow critic for the Department of Environmental Change, Climate Change. So the example should serve, I believe, as an inspiration. We can do business well and respect provincial jurisdiction as well. Now, in environment, of course, but my colleagues are going to say, oh, no, but the Supreme Court granted the federal government to oversee various elements of this, including energy costs or the cost of pollution, carbon tax. Now, it's not because it's been allowed that it has to be done. We haven't had the results as expected, Mr. Chairman, after 8 years of Liberal government trying to clean up the entire global environment. We are yet at the 58th rank out of 63 insofar as our efficient results for cleaning up the environment, if you will. So the results aren't very good. But the international, we're not looking here at an institute. We're talking about the United Nations, the International Panel on Climate Change. After 8 years of Liberal leadership, we're 57th in rank in results. So obviously, this is very poor results. Now, I raise this issue because there is a factor which, to my mind, has been, well, almost insulting to Quebecers. C-69, which was contested, of course, by a number of provinces, including Quebec. Now, we took umbrage, or they took umbrage, that the federal government gave itself the authority over the hydroelectric projects in Quebec. Well, it's like a well-kept secret, of course. Everybody is aware of it. The hydroelectric projects, of course, are based on rivers, on water flow, and the rivers, of course, are of the provincial competence jurisdiction. So the Minister of Environment has the authority to do an environmental assessment of the management of these hydroelectric projects. Now, that's not quite frank. Quebec is quite lucky because we have the geography, we have the natural resources for a huge hydroelectric potential, green energy. We're happy about that. Now, I could give you a sort of an optic view of all the process that we've done in matters of hydroelectric powers. We made many efforts in the 60s and the 70s, the LG project, Le Grand. with the Prime Minister, and Jean Charest, who was Premier of Quebec at the time. So, with Bill C-69, the federal government gave itself the authority to impose environmental assessment on hydroelectric projects in Quebec. One thing must be clear. Quebec is quite capable of conducting environmental assessments on its own and with success. Now, of course, everybody in Quebec will remember that for the most polluting project in Canada, the Mécanisme cement factory in Quebec, the Parti Québécois government at the time gave them a green light from an environmental assessment point of view, and it was the most polluting project ever. A very sad point. Who was the Minister of Environment? The chief of the Bloc Québécois, Chamblay representative, and of course he wanted to tell us, to teach us a lesson on proper management of these assessments, while he signed a green light to the most polluting project ever. Quebec is quite capable of conducting its own environmental assessments. Why did the federal government insist on repeating, duplicating the work of the environment assessment done in Quebec? Those who are, Mr. Chair, point of order, please. I believe that my honourable committee made a slight error. I think he was referring to Mr. Blanchet when he was the minister. So I feel that the description of the history was a little bit off. It's a little bit like, electric grid and a consumer.
To clarify, that's himself.
Oui,
Yeah.
mais, Monsieur le Président, je tiens à...
Well, I have to remind my colleague from Joliette. He was, in fact, the Minister of the Environment when this decision was taken. Now, a few weeks ago, he mooted quite wildly that it's part of the international national patrimony or heritage. They were prepared of breaking up Anticosti Island and ruin it in an environmental point of view by allowing huge projects there. Another point of order, Mr. Chair. Once again, my colleague is going to mislead this committee. The government of Quebec wanted to simply analyze the entire situation on Anticosti Island and did not, in fact, give a green light on anything. But, honourable colleagues, this will mislead the colleague if it stands.
I'll tell it if he would like to clarify. It's up to you.
Monsieur
A point of order, MP
oui,
Lawrence.
Oui, sur le point de règlement. Ce n'est pas de point.
Well, no, it wasn't a point of order. Sorry.
Deltel, it's up to MP Deltel if he'd like to clarify.
Écoutez, Monsieur le Président.
Well, the reality is there. If we didn't have the intention to implement a program or a project, or why do the analysis? That government gave itself the authority to what provinces are doing already. So it's redundant. Now, that's where I was at in my presentation. The BAP, the Bureau of Environmental Assessment in Quebec, is just as competent as and has as much expertise as the federal counterpart. They review projects, and we need these projects. We need clean energy projects, hydroelectric projects. The debate is on right now in Quebec on hydroelectric projects. Now, I don't like to, step in and overlap jurisdictional issues, but building of dams and rivers in Quebec, we are very, very fortunate in having the geography and the natural resources. We have rivers that are fantastic potential sources of clean energy, and so much the better. Now, unless we were going to put a dam across the St. Lawrence River, it'll never happen in our case, but in any case, that would be outrageous. So this is gluttony for the federal government to get involved in things that doesn't involve them. And we can't go counter to all the needs, requirements, and wishes of provinces to have good projects and proceed with clean energy. In the 1950s, when there were the huge hydroelectric developments in Quebec, Canada was silent on the issue. They didn't get involved. The provincial authorities, yes, point of order. Please, Mr. Chairman. Well, I find this a very interesting and dynamic presentation, and very interesting. On the hydroelectric power in Quebec, but we're wandering far away from the substance of the motion with which we are seized, whether it's a sub-amendment or the amendment or the motion itself. And if I may, Chair, to extend a hand to our Conservative colleagues, I understand from Mr. Chambers earlier, if the Minister were to acquiesce to our request to appear, not on a specific bill, but, to come and talk to us, perhaps we could get ahead with the proposal for this general approach of consensus basis. But we will have an opportunity in December, early in December, for the Minister's appearance on the study, not on a motion.
So, MP Deltel, please.
Merci beaucoup.
Thanks again. I appreciate the comments of my colleague from Outremont. Much respect, but it's unfortunate that she is here and not her minister. Now, the question now, to get back, I'll take back the specific word for word. Recognize the contribution of the Quebec pension plan, which was established on par as the Canadian pension plan. But that's not a good habit for the federal government to get involved in jurisdictional problems or issues. In the 40s and 50s in Quebec, there was a wish to develop the full potential of hydroelectricity in the province. And this is what drove, was actually a dynamo to clean energy in Quebec. And I'd like to share with all the colleagues of this the historical facts. Today, Quebec is a clean energy powerhouse for Quebec and for all of Canada. This was made possible because people took the right decisions. In 1954, the Liberal government announced the creation of Hydro-Quebec and nationalized the Montreal power. And at the Beauharnois, they were starting with another power source. So we expanded, we tripled the capacity of Beauharnois in the 40s and 50s. Then we had other major projects. Of course, this is probably out of range now, out of memory for Quebecers. The Bertimis River also was put to work. Now, that was not exactly top of mind at the time. If you go to the North Shore at Floriville, you're going 100 kilometers about deep in the forest. We have this river, and this was developed in 1950s and 60s. 2 electric dams, which are still functioning and providing energy today. So there was a vision in those years. And Hydro-Québec became a crown or state corporation. After minute analysis of the potential of all our rivers in Quebec, always on the North Shore, with extremely good potential, the Outarde and the Mattawa. Parallel rivers, more or less. Seven dams were planned for and were realized. Manicat was never, in fact, completed. There's Manic 5, 4, 6. This was developed in the 50s, and the green light was given in 1958. That iconic Manic 5, which to all Quebecers is just a paragon of what a good hydro project should be. We've also developed and analyzed the potential of a hydroelectric central on Highway 50 when you go towards Caillon. Instigated in 1962 by René Lévesque with his son, taking a big photo, if you can remember, Désilets. Quebec was able to develop its hydropowers in the 40s and 50s and onwards with the Bay James projects a decade later. Some didn't agree with it at the time, that we should in fact stick with the nuclear energy as an alternate source of clean energy. But if you think back to those debates at the time, I remember a senator who said, we're not going to put dams on every French-Canadian river that is in existence. That was Jacques Parizeau, who was beginning to serve the Quebec state in other functions. Now, I'm intervening today to remind my colleagues that one respects jurisdictional responsibilities. Hydroelectricity is a good example, but unfortunately the federal government wants to intervene where it has no authority to intervene. We saw it with hydroelectricity in Quebec, and I'm quite proud to say from an environmental point of view that it is clean energy. Now, with the motion that we're dealing with today, when we want to recognize the important contribution of the Quebec pension plan, well, we can do the same by analogy with this hydropower, clean power. And it worked. Why? Because we respected the will of the provinces, because the federal government has to be a convener of interest. We have to respect the province's wishes on these things. Now, it happened in Quebec with pensions, and it can happen with energy. They can't constantly erode the jurisdictional authority of the provinces. So, Mr. Chairman, I wanted to give you a different perspective on the debate that we're actually conducting, but the point is still the same. Let us respect our respective jurisdictions. Thank you.
Peter, you're Fini?
Well, perhaps I might make a quick reading of an article here. Anticosti, drilling is quite possible, very positive. 2013, well, that's not, we have a good journalist writing this, I think Mr. Journet, some of these people. I'm sure that a member from Outremont knows her. He wrote in La Presse in 2003, the drilling of wells will not change the environment in Anticosti. In Français, Blanchette, chief of the Bloc Québécois, was quoted. Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Yes, just to remind our colleagues that the objective of the government at that time was to, in fact, map all the resources of the Anticosti Island in order to evaluate the potential for projects in the area. He who was Minister of Environment at the time, Mr. Blanchet, of course, well, we didn't have enough analyses, so it was a matter of trying to drill a pilot well. And Mr. Journet, the journalist, really jumped on that quotable quote.
But maybe if MP
of
Deltel
order.
would like to clarify, MP Deltel?
Just on a point of order,
Je veux
sorry.
simplement rappeler, Anticosti, les forages sont
I would just like to thank you
souhaitables,
for
dit
your
le ministre Blanchette. À moins que ce soit... Non.
No, I'll leave it at that.
Okay, MP Deltel. I have nobody left on our... Oh, you are? Okay. MP Lawrence.
My apologies, Mr. Chair. I did mention it when I ceded the time that I'd like to go on. No worries.
Yeah,
It's all good.
no, I had you before Deltel, and then I didn't realize that you were coming on again. But
It's all good. We're all friends here at Finance Committee. Exactly. So I just wanted to perhaps add some, a little bit more, and we've had lots of substance, but a little bit more substance here. So I've got some materials I think that are critical to add to the debate. I'll start out with a respected reporter, John Ibbotson. And I won't read his entire article, although it certainly probably merits doing so, but for sake of brevity, I'll just read parts of it. He starts by saying that while Prime Minister Trudeau could point to some accomplishments, he then goes on to say every Prime Minister's highest priority should be to leave the Federation stronger, or at least not weaker than he found it. By that measure, and this is his words, not mine, Mr. Trudeau's tenure has been a failure. Alberta Premier Daniel Smith, whose United Conservative Party was elected on a platform of challenging Ottawa, is threatening to pull the province out of the Canada Pension Plan. While we can debate whether LifeWorks' assessment of how much of the CPP's assets Alberta would be entitled to, or that of the University of Calgary economist Trevor Tombe, or some other formula, the fact remains that the pension plan in particular and Canadian unity in general would be weaker were the province to leave. It's not surprising then that Mr. Trudeau would come to the defense of CPP. What is surprising is his depth of hostility. And this is from Prime Minister Trudeau, I have instructed my cabinet and officials to take all necessary steps to ensure Albertans and Canadians are fully aware of the risk of your plan and to do everything possible to ensure the CPP remains intact. Mr. Trudeau, that's interesting. But anyways, Mr. Trudeau wrote Ms. Smith last week, we will not stand by as anyone seeks to weaken pensions, reduce the retirement income of Canadians. Ms. Smith, in turn, dismissed the Prime Minister's warning as overwrought. Employment Minister and Edmonton MP Randy Boissonnault further manifested Ottawa's get tough approach on Sunday when he warned on CTV's question period that if Albertans leave CPP, it is a one-way ticket. There is no need to panic. We are a long way from Alberta pulling out of CPP. The province's former treasurer, Jim Dinning, is a leading public consultant, which may or may not lead Ms. Smith to call for a referendum on the issue. Federal Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre has urged Albertans not to leave the plan while sympathizing with their frustration. But it's worth pausing to reflect the damage Mr. Trudeau has inflicted on Canadian unity after 8 years in power. I hesitate because I don't want to overstate this, but it's been a pattern of this Prime Minister that when this nation is at its most vulnerable, he, instead of being a great unifier, becomes the great divider. Whether that's with respect to personal health independence, or in this case, CPP. The Prime Minister has a choice to either be a statesman or a politician. And clearly he's chosen the latter. He has once again put his own personal interests above those of our country. This is the most damning of criticism of any leader, because for any leader to be even in the ballpark of successful, they must put their country first, as many prime ministers in the past have, even ahead of their own political ambitions and even over the ambitions of their parties. And this is clearly not the case, and that's what's really troubling about what this motion is all about. And my colleague, Mr. Chambers, said we could walk out today with a unifying motion that the NDP, the Liberal Party, and the Conservatives could all agree is saying, encouraging Albertans to stay as part of CPP. But instead, the Liberal Party has chosen to amplify this Prime Minister's message of division. This should cause self-reflection, I would think, by everyone at this committee, not the least of which is the NDP member, who, instead of being a force for collaboration and unity, is instead encouraging, amplifying division. So I will continue to read. Progressive centralizers in the Laurentian Canada tell each other that Canada must act on this or in national interest. But the national interest is emphatically not served in their actions anger large swaths of the country. When the Liberals won the majority government in October of 2015, they had a golden opportunity to reverse decades of Liberal unpopularity in the West. The Grits had taken 17 seats in British Columbia, 7 in Manitoba, 4 in the great province of Alberta, and 1 in Saskatchewan. They were well placed to grow vote with the policies they consulted rather than dictated, that recognized the importance of a resource-based Western economy, that respected the distinct societies of the prairies and British Columbia. Mr. Trudeau inherited a federation at peace. In Quebec, the Parti Québécois was shut out of government and was in decline. The federal Bloc Québécois was decimated, having taken only 10 seats in the 2015 election. Surely this was a time to strengthen national bonds between French and English, between the heartland and the West. 8 years later, the Bloc is resurgent, with 32 of Quebec's 78 seats. Coalition Avenir, Quebec Premier François Legault, is stoking French and English tensions, most recently by almost doubling out of province tuitions, out-of-province tuition for students attending English universities. And Alberta is perhaps the most estranged. If the government did hold a referendum on withdrawing from the CPP, it would in reality be a referendum on increased sovereignty for the province. Meanwhile, and not coincidentally, polls suggest that Conservatives would trounce the Liberals if the election were held today. But I'm honestly and not not concerned with the politics of the day. Polls will come and go. Liberal governments will come and go. Conservative governments will come and go. And maybe one day an NDP government will come and go. But we have, as members of Parliament, a sacrosanct responsibility to our country, which I firmly believe is the greatest country in all the world, to do everything in our power to put it first. Our country is starting to fray, not at the edges, but at the main seams that hold us together. The Prime Minister could have handled this very differently, and that cat is out of the bag, and so there's nothing we can do there. But this Finance Committee can still do the right thing. And instead of going for political points, maybe for a story here or there, I don't know, it might even help the Liberal Party. I don't know. I don't think it would, but maybe their calculus is that in the PMO is that it somehow helps them. But we've got to have our eye on the long game, on national unity. There simply are not many objectives that are more important than national unity. And the scars that this government is creating with respect to vision will long outlast this government. And I would honestly, in all candor, I have respect for my colleagues across the way. Got to know them a little bit on the trip, and I know them to be intelligent, respectful, good people. I would just tell them to talk to the PMO and say, hey, this is an opportunity to win, I think even to win politically, to look like the bigger party in a unifying way. But know that this is creating damage. Like this to get a story here or there, continually to inflict pain and to create division amongst our country, it just isn't worth it, guys. But I'll continue on here. Mr. Iveson continues, what went wrong? In a word, bossiness. The Liberals imposed conditions on the provinces before granting health funding. They imposed carbon tax on provinces that didn't meet carbon reduction targets. Bill C-69 imposed such intrusive conditions on the resource development that the Supreme Court ruled the law unconstitutional. The Liberals decided that national priorities justified using spending power to dictate to the terms of the provinces. They were willing to let the prairie oil and gas sector suffer in order to meet their carbon reduction targets. The result, increasing resentment towards Ottawa across the country. This is Canada Today on Justin Trudeau's watch. Once again, and I know that we all have pressures, and the pressure to win on the latest face-off or the latest scrimmage is powerful, and to get that great social media clip where you're taking a shot at the Conservatives and you feel good in the moment, and to somehow and to spike the ball on Daniel Smith, because perhaps as my colleague said, it's they see that as a richer target or a better foil than our official leader of opposition. But these jobs are serious ones that we have. They come with incredible consequence, and we have a choice every day in every action we take. We can either be a voice of reasonability, a unifying voice, a voice for a better Canada, or we can go for the cheap political points.
That's good. MP Lawrence will be suspending now for about an hour. We'll be suspending. Yeah. Yeah. No. We are back, and my list reads here while we left off with MP Lawrence. So, MP Lawrence, you have the floor, and you're speaking to the amendment to the motion. Sure. Yes. Yep.
Just put Damien on this, yeah. Just because we are coming back from a break, would you mind, Mr. Chair, just reading in the proposed motion with the amendment there? Just
Okay, where do I have, can I just get a copy of the amendment? I think you had sent it. That the chair of the committee immediately report to the House that the committee celebrates, number one, celebrates the Canada Pension Plan as the foundation of a secure and dignified retirement for tens of millions of Canadians and a pillar of Canada's economy. Two, recognizes the important contribution of the Quebec Pension Plan, which was established independently at the same time as the Canada Pension Plan. And three, stands with the majority of Albertans who are opposed to Premier Daniel Smith's dangerous plan to withdraw from the Canada Pension Plan that threaten the pensions of millions of seniors and hardworking Canadians from coast to coast. And the amendment that point 3 of the motion be deleted and substituted by this Liberal government's policies such as the carbon tax and C-69 are leading to greater division in our country. And that is the motion and the amendment.
Thank you very much. And as I appreciate that, Mr. Chair, just to set the stage, as it were, and I'd like to welcome my colleague, Mr. Kirk, joining us today, and I believe Mr. Genius will be joining us as well in a little bit. So, as I left off, politicians often have the choice, and leaders even more so, prime ministers, to choose between being a statesman and being a politician. And a statesman will always do what's in the best interest of the nation. A politician sometimes will take the opportunity to score political points. And I think we've seen what Prime Minister Trudeau's course has taken. And I do find that as a member of Parliament, but more importantly as a Canadian, very, very, very disappointing. I mean, it's of course a legacy, as Mr. Ivinson said in his article. Liberals actually came in 2015 with some representation from the West, but that's quickly been eliminating, and things can change in a blink of an eye in politics. But as of now, it appears as though if the election were held today, there'd be very, very limited representation from the Liberal Party, and it's not healthy. We really want to have at least two national parties that can speak for the entire country, and I suppose that the Prime Minister has calculated that there's some type of electoral victory he can gain by disenfranchising Alberta, by picking a fight with the Premier, and treating them unequally when it comes to the carbon tax exemption. But I can't for the life of me, honestly, even the politics, I don't truly understand how they're going to gain any popularity from picking a fight with the Premier, and now even in this committee, unfortunately, members have chosen to sort of pick a fight. Conservatives are very agreeable, actually, to an amended motion that would say something to the effect that we would encourage Albertans to stay in the CPP, but instead they've chosen a politically charged language, naming the Premier specifically, and sort of creating a political firestorm. Maybe they want to have stories written about it. I can't guess why, but all it's doing to Albertans is I'm sure going to infuriate them. That once again the Liberal government are choosing to not acknowledge them, and now it's been going on for what's it like 50 years, Damien? That Alberta's like to the first Trudeau and the National Energy Plan. I know I said that, and I know it's a swear word to my two Albertans here, but three. Sorry, what did you jump in here? Good to see you, my friend. And so it truly is. It is challenging. I just wanted to actually though go back and provide some foundation. My team actually found a great article actually written around the time of the Canada Pension Plan during its inception, and so I'll just read some of it and make some comments as I go. A major landmark in the development of Canada's social security system was reached in April of 1965 when the new Canada Pension Plan was enacted. The law establishes for the first time a contributory system of earnings related to old age, disability, and survivor insurance benefits in Canada. It was assented to on April 3rd, 1965, and proclaimed on May 5th. The collection of contributions on the new program will commence in January of 1966. The retirement benefits will first become payable in January of 1967. The effect of this new legislation is in general to superimpose a system of contributory wage-related retirement pensions on top of an existing system of universal flat-rate old age pensions, which is retained and in fact expanded. The new retirement pension will be equal to about 25% of earnings at the time of initial transitionary period of 10 years. In addition, contributory disability and survivor pensions are introduced. Such pensions have previously been provided in Canada only to, and I apologize, the language is a little outdated, but this is from the article, so I'll just read it for authenticity's sake. But again, only to needy persons on an assistance basis. All the new insurance benefits will be financed from contributions paid by insured persons and employers. The new Canadian Social Insurance Program is similar in significant respects to the Federal Old Age Survivors and Disability Insurance, the OASDI program of the United States. There are, however, a number of important and interesting differences between the two systems. Some of the similarities and differences are pointed out in the course of discussion below. Subheading previous legislation. Canada has had a federal legislation dealing with old age assistance since 1927. Similar legislation provided for, I'll just change the wording here slightly, for vision impaired persons was adopted in 1937 and revised in 1951. The assistance to permanently in persons with a disability were first provided in 1955. These assistance programs are similar to those in the United States. They are, in fact, a cooperative federal provincial programs under the Canadian government. Makes grants to the provinces covering a part of the cost of provincial programs. These programs were established and are administered by the province separately. At present, the government pays 50% of the payments, up to $75 a month, to persons with limited means between the ages of 65 and 69. It also shares in the cost of payments of up to the same amount under the programs for permanently and totally disabled persons and visually impaired persons. Sure. And in addition, the individual provinces often make supplementary payments under the general assistance programs, the costs of which are shared by federal government under the Unemployment Assistance Act of 1956. All of these assistance expenditures are financed from general revenues of the federal and provincial governments. The provinces for decades have also been providing assistance pensions to needy widowed mothers. The federal government does not participate in the cost of these pensions, but proposals to do so have been made under the Canada Assistance Program now being developed. The new assistance program, which would consolidate and improve existing programs, has already been the subject of formal federal provincial discussions. Now that's interesting. Even even in 1965, they saw the merit of having discussions with provinces, not dictating to provinces, a collaborative or cooperative approach. The Old Age Security Act, passed in 1951, established a national system of universal flat rate old age pensions, administered entirely by the federal government. Before the 1965 legislation, the program provided for a payment of a flat pension for every person who reached the age of 70 and satisfied certain minimum requirements regarding length of residence in Canada. The amount of the old age pension was originally fixed at $40 a month. I did have discussions with interpreters as sometimes they found it hard when members were reading text. I'm reading text. Am I doing all right, interpreters? Am I good? Yes? Do I need to slow down, or we're good? Maybe thumbs up, yes? I want to make sure we're okay, yes? Are we good? Yeah? You need to slow down. If I need to slow down, just let me know. The program, the Universal Age Pensions, is financed out of a special old age security fund set up in General Consolidated Revenue Fund of the federal government. The Old Age Fund receives its income from earmarked yields of 3 taxes: a 4% tax on taxable income up to $3,000, a year for all individuals, a 3% tax on corporate income subject to the corporate income tax. I assume my NDP colleague would like that. And a 3% tax on manufacturer sales, which, of course, manufacturer sales has been replaced by the GST. One that, which is amazing, is still around because the Liberals said that they were going to get rid of it. The Universal Flat Pension Program, provided for by the Old Age Security Act, will continue in force concurrently with the Social Assistance Program enacted in 1965. The basic nature of the flat pension remains essentially unchanged, but certain modifications have been made in the age at which it was payable, in its adjustments to the prices changes, and in its residence requirements. Title Legislation History of Canada Pension Plan. The Canadian government had been studying the possibility of introducing a contributory pension insurance program for a number of years. In 1950, a joint committee of the Senate and the House of Commons on old age security was formed to review the existing old age pension program, which operated with a means test and was subject to widespread criticism. After hearing testimony on a contributory and earnings-related insurance program, the committee unanimously recommended a universal flat-rate pension beginning at age 70, as well as a federal provincial old age assistance program for persons between the ages of 65 and 69 with limited means. The Old Age Security... Carol. Thanks. Thank you. Alberta's always willing to do their share. After hearing testimony on contributory and earnings-related insurance program, the committee unanimously recommended a universal flat-rate pension beginning at age 60, as well as a federal provincial old age program for persons aged 65 to 69 with limited means. The Old Age Security Act and the Old Age Assistance Act of 1951, both of which became effective in January 1952, followed closely the committee's recommendations. The federal government in 1958 engaged Dr. R.M. Clark to conduct an inquiry into the facts relating to the old age security system in effect in Canada and the United States. His report, Economic Security for the Aged in the United States and Canada, contained no recommendations. It was presented to the government in early 1959. In July 1963, the government submitted a resolution of the House of Commons and issued a supporting statement indicating its intention of enacting a contributory pension plan. The plan originally provided only for retirement pensions and pensions for aged survivors. In recognition of the doubts that had been expressed about the constitutional competence of the federal government under the British North America Act to provide disability benefits and benefits for survivors under the age of 65. The plan was thus limited the plan thus limited was incorporated into Bill C-75 that was given first reading in March of 1964. The province of Ontario, meanwhile, had adopted a law in April 1963 requiring every private employer in the province who employed 15 or more workers to maintain for them a pension with certain vesting provisions. Under the amendments adopted in 1964, maintenance of such a plan is no longer mandatory. The province was also studying the possibility of establishing a public pension for Ontario. The province of Quebec began developing a pension plan in August 1963, and in April 1964, it announced the details of its own pension insurance program. So you see, provinces starting their own pension plan is neither new or novel, and in fact, this is a dialogue that's been going on for over 60 years. Other provinces evidence considerable interest in pensions, a subject of concern to them not only for itself but because of its implications for savings and capital accumulation. The various developments at both federal and provincial levels made necessary extensive consultation, therefore, between federal government and provincial governments on the subject of pension planning. 4 formal federal provincial conferences were held during 1963 and 1964, at which the subject was discussed, including proposals made by the federal government. In June 1964, an agreement was reached with the provinces for an agreement, Section 94 -A for the British North America Act, to empower both Canadian Parliament and the provincial legislatures to enact legislation concerning survivor and disability benefits as well. The Canadian Constitution now authorizes the federal Parliament to legislate concerning all 3 types of pensions, but it also provides the federal legislation shall not affect the operation of any present or future provincial legislation dealing with pensions. Excuse me. On the federal-provincial negotiations, the Department of National Health and Welfare of the federal government in August of 1964 a white paper, the Canada Pension Plan. This document outlined and explained the pension insurance program that the government was advancing. The substance of the white paper proposals was incorporated in a Bill C-136, which was introduced in the House of Commons for the first reading on November 9th, 1964. After a second reading on November 18th, the bill was referred to a joint committee of the Senate and the House of Commons. The committee recommended that certain substantive changes as well as a number of technical changes. The government approved and took action on most of these recommendations. The revised Canada Pension Plan was subsequently passed in the House of Commons on March 29th. On April 2nd, it received royal assent on April 3rd, 1965. And so I'm just starting the history here. But you see that in the formation of the CPP, it was not simply a federal government dictating to the province. In fact, it actually was occurring organically across the nation in various provinces, including Ontario and Quebec. And it was not, once again, it wasn't just the federal government dictating to the province, this is how we're going to go. It's been a spirit of collaboration and cooperation that has built the CPP to being the trusted source of retirement income that Canadians can rely on. And so the Prime Minister's divisive rhetoric on this is actually quite a departure from the history of CPP. I stand ready to continue, but I understand that my colleagues also want to talk, and I often tell my son when he's playing minor hockey that it's important to pass the puck to make sure that other people can have their opportunity to shine as well. And so with that, I cede my time, but I'd like to be put back on the list, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, MP Lawrence, MP Majumdar, and then MP Couric, then MP Blakey, and then MP Lawrence.
Well, Chair, it's a real honor to be able to join you here and all of the members of this committee. It's nice to meet many of them for the first time. And as the rookie in Parliament, it's a real special place to be in the company of so many tenured people. Today is a really important debate in the Finance Committee affecting my own province of Alberta. This is a part of the country that was a big part of the solution in recovering from the 2008-2009 global financial crisis. It's a part of the country that feeds, and supports not just our national economy as a backbone of our success as a country, but it can only happen if it has a partner in the federal government that understands how national unity works and is an ally to our energy sector and to the energy workers and to the people who do great work every single day across a range of issues. As I think about what we're here to debate, after 8 years of Justin Trudeau, provinces have never actually been as divided. This government inherited a legacy of national unity, of a country confident about its future, and it instead has found a way to pit one group against another, traffic in identities, one region against another. And provinces are threatening not just to collect the carbon tax because of their Prime Minister's unfair application of a temporary pause. His Liberals voted just against a common sense, a fair motion to extend this temporary pause to all Canadians. I have constituents that I now represent who called and asked me, listen, I might be losing my house at the end of this year. My costs are going through the roof. My mortgage is out of control. I have 3 children who I'm trying to feed and put through school. And why is it that only one part of the country gets relief from this painful carbon tax, but in our own backyard in Calgary, we do not feel like we are as eligible to that kind of relief? Provinces have also taken the federal government all the way to the Supreme Court to fight their unfair energy policies. They are at the Natural Resources Committee now trying to ram through another bill that is bad for Alberta, Bill C-50, the Unjust Transition Bill. And, on this bill, I think there's some expertise that we could reflect on that are nonpartisan and come from a place of a love of country and the unity of what we represent. And I'd love to take a minute here, Chair, with your permission, to explain some of the thinking that comes from as early as last year. One of the greatest scholars in this country today is a woman named Heather Exner-Perot. She's at the Macdonald-Laurier Institute. She's a senior fellow there who leads on Arctic, on energy, on critical minerals. She's one of the most important thinkers of our time, and I can say a dear friend and former colleague of mine. And she published back in May 2022 a really important article described as Ottawa's just transition needs to be challenged for encouraging fantasy around oil and gas. I think that says something. It's about a government that divides Canadians on the basis of region and traffics and fantasies that actually undermine a wellspring of support for this country. Our energy industry has the capacity to lower international emissions if we could only get other countries off of dirty coal. Our energy has the ability to partner with First Nations in true economic reconciliation in this country. Our energy sector would have the capacity to fund whatever entitlements the Prime Minister and his NDP Liberal partner, Mr. Singh, would invent next. It would rebuild our armed forces. It would defeat Russia, Iran, China in their ambitions to have hegemony around the world. So I think her article is quite apt and worth paying attention to. And so let me share that with colleagues around the table at this point.
Please.
A fantasy has emerged in Canada called a, quote, just transition. In this paradigm, the transition from dirty fossil fuels to clean renewable energy in the form of solar panels and windmills will create a prosperous low-carbon future with a thriving green economy. Taking action now will make our economy stronger and more competitive. The catch is that workers and communities who depend on the oil and gas sector will be disadvantaged. The just transition ensures no one is left behind, with workers given the supports to succeed in other, more sustainable fields. So committed is the federal government to this version of reality, Dr. Exner-Perot says, that it is planning to introduce legislation in its name to codify its, quote, people-centered just transition principles. People-centered. I mean, we've heard people kind before, but maybe that's not what her intention was or what the intention was in the preamble for this legislation. She continues, the first and most obvious challenge to this premise is that there isn't much of a transition yet. Global demand for oil and gas is as high as it has ever been. Whether you think this is good or bad, it is a fact. Years of underinvestment in production, now topped with sanctions on Russia, mean that prices for LNG and refined products are at record levels. Record levels. Energy experts think crude oil will soon hit $180 a barrel or higher. Even if demand does eventually match up with supply, it still makes sense for the Western world to maintain some production of its own instead of relying on OPEC and Russia, on dictator oil, if I could paraphrase it. Canada, by far the world's biggest oil export that is a democracy, should be the last man standing. It seems, she continues, almost farcical to dedicate legislative effort and taxpayer dollars to training programs for unemployable oil patch workers or to help oil and gas regions become economically viable. Canada has never exported more crude, more bitumen than it does now, buoyed by the recent completion of the Line 3 pipeline, the reversal of the Capline pipeline, and global markets taking whatever we could muster. But labor, especially experienced labor, is a constraining factor and is hampering growth even with wages at 3 times or more than the Canadian average. These are high-quality jobs that Heather is describing of people wearing boots and vests and hard hats and getting things done for this country. The joke is they need to start retraining coders to become drillers. I mean, this is an argument she's making pitched to modern reality. Critics might concede that, yes, although there is a temporary reprieve in demand, in order to save the planet, we need a transition, the sooner the better. The idea seems to be that we can or should stop using petroleum products, and any oil sands project or pipeline we build now is destined to become a stranded asset. This is the fantasy that, quote, just transition encourages. But it needs to be challenged, and thank God Heather's doing that challenge here. The average Canadian thinks of petroleum use in terms of pumping gas into their vehicle and therefore subscribes to the fallacy that when we all drive electric vehicles, the need for fossil fuels will somehow disappear. But there are infinite uses for hydrocarbons. They are an incredibly flexible, available, and useful molecule. And even when we stop using them for combustion...
Point of order. The rules require, the standing orders require that during the debate that all members speak to the topic at hand. The topic at hand is the motion, the amendment to the motion. And so I don't see the relevance of what the member is speaking to as to the amendment.
Yeah. On the point of order, if we could just speak to the relevance of the motion or the amendment, please.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order.
I think it's very relevant, given that we are talking about the amendment, that this Liberal government's policies, such as the carbon tax and C69, and when we say this Liberal government's policies, I think that encapsulates everything my friend and colleague is so eloquently talking about, because even inside the amendment it says that these kind of policies are leading to greater division in our country, and he's making a case for how divided Canada is after 8 years of this Prime Minister. So I think it's very relevant.
On the same point of order, yeah, MP Blakey.
I do agree. I think a number of these things are covered in the amendment, but I do find it passing strange that Conservatives at this table have spent more time talking about the elder eel population in Atlantic Canada than they were prepared to spend talking about the CPP before they moved an amendment so they could talk about something else. Just saying.
No, we'll go back to MP Majumdar. Sorry, I apologize if is it Majumdar?
Correct.
I have a point of order as well, Chair.
Oh, point of order, Genius, MP Genius, yeah.
Thank you. I was about to raise a question of privilege that my point of order wasn't being recognized, and I know how much members of this committee have expressed their appreciation for those types of points in the past. But it is great to be here with colleagues. I think on a point of order, I think you'd find unanimous consent to commend the member for what's it again? Calgary Heritage on his excellent remarks so far. He's certainly doing a much better job representing the people of Calgary than the chair of the Natural Resources Committee is, who was repeatedly trying to shut down the interventions of Conservative members who were simply trying to defend our beloved province. And I think the member is speaking to the unity that used to exist in this country, the unity that sadly no longer exists after 8 years of this Prime Minister who is no longer worth the cost.
I think it's quite clear that Mr. Genius is not raising a point of order. And as much as I have heard about this fantastic filibusters that the Conservatives are engaged in at the Natural Resources Committee, this is the Finance Committee. And before the Finance Committee at the moment is a motion on the Canada Pension Plan.
Talking about the motion, yes, okay, but we are going to go back to MP Majumdar and
I appreciate the guidance that I'm getting from colleagues around the table. I just, it shows you, Mr. Chair, that they underestimate the essential use that Canadian energy is to the national unity of Canadians, to the health of their retirement and their savings, and how misguided their amendment to the motion has been. It's something that I think is absolutely relevant to go into in terms of understanding the power of our energy sector and the ways that it can be used to ensure the pensions of all Canadians. And if we had national unity around these issues, then, this wouldn't even be an issue to begin with. If Albertans felt that their energy sector was taken seriously, unlike now, in which it's being denigrated by members across the way, which is unsurprising, frankly. This has been their MO for quite some time. 8 long years, in fact, I've been advised, is how long they've been against our energy sector. So I am grateful to have the opportunity to introduce Dr. Exner-Perot's work and her findings about how, our fossil fuels and their molecules are incredibly flexible, available, and useful. And even when we stop using them for combustion, demand for them for other uses in plastics, textiles, rubber, packaging, detergents, fertilizer will continue to grow. This is a bedrock of our national economic life and what feeds our pensions. Sure. They're also essential in the production of solar panels, wind turbine blades, batteries, and thermal insulation in our energy ingenuity, which is certainly something that Conservatives stand to support in promoting in every aspect of our economic life. Dr. Exner-Perot continues, likewise, oil sands bitumen components like asphaltenes and resins are used in many products that light crude cannot provide and can be developed into advanced materials such as carbon fiber, which in turn could displace carbon-intensive steel. We're talking about the component parts of Canadian energy, the manufacturing process that feeds our pensions, in which our national unity needs to be upheld. She says the more immediate question, however, is if we will stop using hydrocarbons for fuel. Here, the pragmatist must concede that the problem with fossil fuels is not the fuel per se, but the emissions. It's going to be far cheaper and faster to invest hundreds of billions of dollars into carbon capture than it will be to replace tens of trillions of dollars worth of fossil fuel infrastructure with brand new energy systems. LNG can already be produced and burned with very low emissions, and blue hydrogen derived from natural gas does even better. Japan and other countries that are pragmatic in their energy deliberations are already preparing for that version of the future. Fossil fuels have been demonized. Demonized, she writes. Demonized because she knows that this is part of the record of division that the Trudeau Liberals are imposing across this country. And so it has become, she continues, popular to want it to eliminate them alongside, quote, big oil as part of a, quote, just transition. That is not practical. In fact, it's impossible. The smarter strategy, which Canada should be leading, instead of sabotaging to the point of national unity, is one that focuses relentlessly on eliminating the emissions caused by burning hydrocarbons and using them for clean energy and materials instead. That is the plan that Dr. Exner-Perot had suggested that would strengthen our national unity in a time of great division. But this was a year ago. This is before Germany and Japan came to Canada as a united country and said, listen, we need your energy. We want to create revenues for your country in a way that actually helps lower emissions around the world, helps your people be prosperous, helps deflate the support that dictator oil has been leveraging around the world, and is certainly something critical to the motion at hand. You know, I think even further about the kind of opportunity we have here as a country were we an energy superpower. In fact, Heather Exner-Pirot published a piece in October this year, just a month ago, where she describes Canada could have been an energy superpower. Instead, we became a bystander. Not only has this record of division resulted in a country that has been weakened in its influence around the world, with liberals pretending that, you know, a trade agreement is the only antidote to solving the war in Ukraine, when frankly our gas, displacing Russian gas in Europe, would defeat the Russians in one fell swoop. So let's describe the kind of power that Canada could have as a united country. We could have been an energy superpower because the government, the summary says, the government has imposed a series of regulatory burdens on the energy industry, creating confusion, inefficiency, and expense. This is the kind of division we see in the country. So allow me to venture deeper into this, because I think it's an argument worth reflecting on very, very carefully. Oil arguably remains the most important commodity in the world today. This is the stuff that fuels our pensions. This is the stuff that fuels the retirement of every Canadian. It paved the way for the industrialization and globalization trends of the post-World War II era, a period that saw the fastest human population growth and largest reduction in extreme poverty ever. Its energy density, transportability, storability, and availability have made oil the world's greatest source of energy used in every corner of the globe. There are geopolitical implications inherent in a commodity of such significance and volume. The contemporary histories of Russia, Iran, Venezuela, Iraq, and others are intertwined with their roles as major oil producers, roles that they have used to advance their often illiberal interests on the world stage. It is fair to ask why Canada has never seen fit to advance its own values and interests through its vast energy reserves. It is easy to conclude that its reluctance to do so has been a major policy failure. I will comment here. A major policy failure with impact on our pensions, on our economic life, a major policy failure with impact on our national unity. Team Canada is certainly not Team Canada. It's divided Canada. It's broken Canada. Yet this is despite the fact, as Heather writes, Canada has been blessed with the world's third largest reserves of oil, the vast majority of which are in the oil sands of northern Alberta, my home province and Garnet's backyard, although there is an ample conventional oil across Western Canada and offshore Newfoundland and Labrador as well. The oil sands contain 1.8 trillion barrels of oil, of which just under 10%, or 165 billion barrels, are technically and economically recoverable with today's technology. Canada currently extracts over 1 billion barrels of oil that oil each year. Just as an aside, you know, when Germany came to Canada, they asked for our natural gas. Yeah. And had we made that deal with them, the revenue to Canada, Dr. Christian Leuprecht and I had written about this, would be the sum total of $65 billion a day. Wow. In its entirety, that revenue to the Canadian Treasury alone would be 3 times the national budget. It would help us pay down our debt. Wow. That one deal with Germany would have done so much good in this world. Amazing. But let's just continue on with Heather's, Dr. Exner-Pirot's commentary here. The technology necessary to turn the oil sands into bitumen that could then be exported profitably really took off in the early 2000s. Buoyed by optimism of its potential, then Prime Minister Stephen Harper pronounced in July 2006 that Canada would soon be an energy superproducer. A surge of investment came to the oil sands during the commodity supercycle of 2000 to 2014, which saw oil at a peak price of $147 a barrel in 2008. For a few good years, average oil prices sat just below $100 a barrel. Alberta was booming until it crashed. two things happened that made Harper's prediction fall apart. The first was the shale revolution, the combination of hydraulic fracturing and horizontal drilling that made oil from the vast shale reserves in the U.S. economical to recover. Until then, the U.S. had been the world's biggest energy importer. In 2008, it was producing just 5 million barrels of crude oil a day and had to import 10 million barrels a day to meet its ravenous need. Shale changed that, and the U.S. is now the world's biggest oil producer, expecting to hit a production level of 12.4 million barrels a day in 2023. The United States is now a competitor to Canada in energy production. And in this, it is a vital interest of ours to unlock that potential for our pensions, for our people, for our workers, for our country, in every aspect of our national life. Heather continues, for producers extracting oil from the oil sands, the shale revolution was a terrible outcome. Just as new major oil sands projects were coming online and were producing a couple of million barrels a day, our only oil customers becoming energy self-sufficient. Because the U.S. was such a reliable and thirsty oil consumer, it never made sense for Canada to export its oil to any other nation, and the country never built the pipeline or export terminal infrastructure to do so. Our southern neighbor wanted all we produced, but the cheap shale oil that flooded North America in the 2010s made that dependence a huge mistake, as other markets would have proven to be more profitable. If shale oil took a hatchet to the Canadian oil industry, the election of the Liberals in 2015 brought on its death by 1,000 cuts. For the last 8 years, federal policies have incrementally and cumulatively damaged the domestic oil and gas sector.
Shameful.
With the benefit of hindsight in 2023, it is obvious that this has had major consequences for global energy security, as well as opportunity costs for Canadian foreign policy. This is a country that, when united, we can be performing way above where we are today. Once the shale revolution began in earnest, the urgency in the sector to be able to export oil to any other market than the United States led to proposals for the Northern Gateway, Energy East, and TMX pipelines. Opposition from Quebec and BC killed Energy East and Northern Gateway, respectively. The saga of TMX may finally end this year, as it is expected to go into service in late 2023, billions of dollars over cost and years overdue thanks to regulatory and jurisdictional hurdles. Because Canada has been stuck selling all of its oil to the United States, it does so at a huge discount, known as a differential. That discount hit a staggering US $46 per barrel difference in October 2018, when West Texas Intermediate oil was selling for $57 a barrel, but we could only get $11 for Western Canada Select. The lack of pipelines and the resulting differential created losses to the Canadian economy of $117 billion between 2011 and 2018, according to Frank McKenna, former Liberal New Brunswick Premier and Ambassador to the United States, and now Deputy Chairman of TD Bank. The story is not dissimilar, and these are people who understand, if I can take an aside, how our economy, how our economic life is managed, and how our people can retire safely. The story is not dissimilar with liquefied natural gas. While both the U.S. and Canada had virtually no LNG export capacity in 2015, the United States has since grown to be the world's biggest LNG exporter, helping Europe divest itself of its reliance on Russian gas and making tens of billions of dollars in the process. Canada still exports none, with regulatory uncertainty and slow timelines killing investor interest. In fact, the United States imports Canadian natural gas, which it buys for the lowest prices in the world due to that differential problem, and then resells it to our allies for a premium. We're being taken by the nose because the Prime Minister is more interested in dividing Canadians rather than uniting us around our mutual success. She continues, Canada's inability to build pipelines and export capacity is a major problem on its own. But the federal government has also imposed a series of regulatory burdens and hurdles on the industry, one on top of the other, creating confusion, inefficiency, and expense. In Alberta, it has become known as a stacked pancake approach. Let's now get into the anatomy of how the Prime Minister has divided Canadians and is undermining the unity of the country when it comes to our CPP or any other proposition that we have for the world. Heather describes, the first major burden was Bill C-48. You remember this one? The tanker moratorium. In case anyone considered reviving the Northern Gateway project, the Liberal government banned oil tankers from loading anywhere between the northernmost point of Vancouver Island to the BC-Alaska border. That left a pathway only for TMX, which goes through Vancouver amidst fierce local opposition. I have explained it to my American colleagues this way. Imagine if Texas was landlocked and all its oil exports had to go to west through California, but the federal government banned oil tankers from loading anywhere on the Californian coast except through the ports in San Francisco. That is what C-48 did in Canada. It's a brilliant analogy. Added to Bill C-48 was Bill C-69, known colloquially as the No New Pipelines Bill, and now passed as the Impact Assessment Act, which has successfully deterred investment in the sector. It imposes new and often opaque regulatory requirements, such as having to conduct a gender-based analysis before proceeding with new projects to determine how different genders will experience in them. Quote, a way of thinking as opposed to a unique set of prescribed methods, according to the federal government. It also provides for a veto from the Environment and Climate Change Canada Minister, currently Stephen Guilbeault, on any new in situ oil sands projects or interprovincial or international pipelines, regardless of the regulatory agency's recommendation. This is the division incarnate that Prime Minister Trudeau has deployed against Alberta's energy sector, against Albertans, and against the national unity that compels our CPP. Heather continues, the Alberta Court of Appeal has determined that the act is unconstitutional, and 8 other provinces are joining in its challenge. This is the image of a divided country. But so far, it is the law of the land, and for very good reason, investors are allergic to it. Federal carbon pricing and Alberta's federal compatible alternative for large emitters, the Technology Innovation and Emissions Reduction Regulation, was added next, though this regulation, to Heather, makes sense for advancing climate goals. It is the main driver for encouraging emissions reductions and includes charges for excess emissions, as well as credits for achieving emissions below benchmark. It may be costly for producers, but from an economic perspective of the climate carbon policies, to Dr. Heather Exter-Perot, is the most efficient. Industry has committed to their shareholders that they will reduce emissions. Their social license and their investment attractiveness depends to some degree on it. The major oil sands companies have put forth a credible plan to achieve net zero emissions by 2050. One conventional operation in Alberta is already net zero thanks to its use of carbon capture technology. Having a predictable and recognized price on carbon is also providing incentives to a sophisticated carbon tech industry in Canada, which can make money by finding smart ways to sequester and use carbon. Isn't that amazing that the energy sector that helps our country recover from economic calamity, from post-pandemic planning, is also the same sector that's leading innovation in energy transition technology? It's this ingenuity that needs to be unlocked that Heather describes so perfectly here. She continues, in theory, carbon pricing should succeed in reducing emissions in the most efficient way possible. Yet, the federal government keeps adding more policies on top of carbon pricing. The Canadian Clean Fuel Standard, introduced in 2022, mandates that fuel suppliers must lower the, quote, life cycle intensity of their fuels, for example, by blending them with biofuels or investing in hydrogen, renewables, and carbon capture. This standard dictates particular policy solutions, causes the consumer price of fuels to increase, facilitates greater reliance on imports of biofuels, and conflicts with some provincial policies. Again, a policy of the federal government pursuing division at every turn across this entire country. It also puts new demands on North American refinery capacity, which is already highly constrained. The newest but perhaps most damaging proposal is for an emissions cap, which seeks to reduce emissions solely from the oil and gas sector by 42% by 2030. Listen, this is an all-out attack on common sense. She continues, this target far exceeds what is possible with carbon capture in that time frame and can only be achieved through a dramatic reduction in production. The emissions cap is an existential threat to Canada's oil and gas industry, and it comes at a time when our allies are trying and failing to wean themselves off of Russian oil. The economic damage to the Canadian economy is hard to overestimate. In fact, I would contend that what Dr. Exner-Perot is describing here is how Justin Trudeau is helping Vladimir Putin fund his war machine against Ukrainians. And it's unconscionable that members across the way would just allow that to happen. At the end of the day, we cannot allow the Canadian Prime Minister to be a partner to Vladimir Putin in how he has been murdering and butchering innocent Ukrainians. This is something that you'd think that members across the way would care about, but they don't even pay attention to what we say here in this moment. Heather continues, oil demand is growing, and even in the most optimistic forecasts, it will continue to grow for another decade before plateauing. Our European and Asian allies are already dangerously reliant on Russia and Middle Eastern states for their oil. American shale production is peaking and will soon start to decline. Low investment in global oil exploration and production, due in part to environmental, social, and governance and climate policies, are paving the way for shortages by mid-decade. An energy crisis is looming. Canada is not too late to be the energy superproducer the democratic world needs in order to prosper and be secure. We need more critical minerals, hydrogen, hydro, and nuclear power. But it is essential that we export globally significant levels of oil and LNG as well, using carbon capture, utilization, and storage wherever possible. Heather concludes, meeting this goal will require a very different approach than the one currently taken by the federal government. It must be an approach that encourages growth and exports even as emissions are reduced. What the government has done instead is deter investment, dampen competitiveness, and hand market share to Russia and OPEC. This is the devastating cost that the division of Justin Trudeau and his NDP Liberals have had on our Canadian national unity. This is the type of indictment of the kind of leadership that has created problems that we don't even need to have been dealing with had they had in Alberta, in the energy sector, a partner in the national government that was part of Team Canada, part of defeating Russia's war in Ukraine, part of lowering emissions internationally, part of economic reconciliation for our First Nations, part of a healthy and vibrant pension life for our people, the stability and security of a social safety net for the most vulnerable, part of being allied with workers so that they can get shovels in the ground.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
And
I believe that my colleague opposite read into the record content that supported the price on pollution, for which I thank him. I wonder if we can get back to the content of the motion that is before us, Mr. Chair. So my point of order is on relevance.
Thank you, P.S. Bendayan. Yes, so we'll focus on the motion and the amendment.
I appreciate the opportunity to have shared Dr. Exner-Perot's perspective on a range of topics to show that, you know, sometimes we can agree with the majority of views. She's an independent researcher, and I'm proud to know her, and I think there's some thoughtful arguments. What she also described, Mr. Chair, was the abuse of the price on pollution and the additional measures imposed in addition to the carbon tax, now subjectively applied across this country in a way that divides Canadians even more deeply. And I think her point was bang on in that regard especially. But I appreciate the opportunity to have joined colleagues here for a little bit of time to speak to the virtues of the Alberta and Canadian energy sector as part of our national unity, as part of a major contribution to our national pensions. And how important it is to have national unity around the question of unleashing our energy sector, because it's not just about Alberta, it's about the prosperity of every Canadian. At this time, I'd like to cede my time to my colleague, Mr. Couric, and then re-add my name to the list, please.
Sure. So we've got MP Couric next, and then MP Blakey, and then MP Genius.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I just want to commend my new colleague from Calgary Heritage, his excellent contribution to this conversation. I'd like to thank him and just highlight to the good people of Calgary Heritage that they elected a fine man to succeed a constituency, Mr. Chair, that has had some fine individuals, including previously Mr. Bob Benson, who I had the pleasure of working on the Environment Committee with for a period of time, but also Mr. Stephen Harper, former Prime Minister, and somebody who understood something that I'm going to talk about here, and which will make, I think, very, very much complementary to the points that my colleague here has shared. Understood what national unity is, how it needs to be shepherded well, and how policy decisions made in our nation's capital can have a devastating effect to that. So certainly, Shuv, you have big shoes to fill, but certainly appreciate your contributions here to this discussion. And I think that it highlights how important it is to the substance of what we're talking about here. You know, we have a motion that seems to have been brought forward for little other reason than to further divide Canadians, and of which Conservatives have brought forward what I think is a very common sense amendment that would highlight the fact that the government is doing just that. They are playing the games of fear and division. They are pitting a region against region. But Mr. Chair, as I expand on this just slightly, the key and point that needs to be made here is that goes back to the very foundations of what our country is. So if I could go back to the founding documents, now known the Constitution Act of 1867, what was initially known as the British North America Act, laid out something that was it developed a framework that is very, very relevant to the discussions that we have daily in this place. Over the many clauses of the BNA Act, or Constitution Act of 1867, we have this tension that was intentionally developed. We had an understanding that what were then quite divided colonies in what is now Canada. Initially for the recent addition after that, of course, of Prince Edward Island, and then further provinces joining the Federation after that. But you had a series of colonial governments that brought forward a wide range of diverse concerns. Now, the idea of a unified state was not new in the lead up to 1867. It had been tried a number of times. There was a whole host of different mechanisms and things that had been brought forward and tested out, so to speak, Mr. Chair, that had various levels of success. But in the lead up to 1867, you had the acknowledgement amongst a very diverse range of ideas brought around the table to those who we know are the fathers of Confederation, and the many others that participated in that process, many of which are lost to history, including Indigenous voices, women who were key and central players in that. But what was the process of getting to the point where we had ultimately the BNA Act that created the foundation of our country was an understanding of something that is incredibly relevant to what we're discussing here today. And it is that we have to have that ability to respect different regions of our country, that we will have different ideas, different belief systems, different languages, that there will be a series of differences that would be easy to point to as a dividing factor in what had created problems with the various iterations of trying to unite the colonies that make up what we now know as Canada here today. But what was acknowledged is that we could have the ability to respect diverse voices around the metaphorical table, while ensuring that there was a strong governmental structure. So the process, long thought out. I can only imagine, Mr. Chair, what many of those conversations would have looked like around those meetings where they would have been hashing out the ideas that have led to the country that we now know and love today as Canada, that would have decided what areas would be federal jurisdiction, what areas would be provincial jurisdiction, understanding where cities and municipalities, counties would play a role in that, and developing that structure to ensure that it responded to the dynamics that the world faced at the time, of which was very notable. In fact, it is said that one of the reasons why Ottawa was chosen as the capital for the new country of Canada was because of its military and strategic importance, being on the dividing line between what was then Upper and Lower Canada. The French and the English, the Catholics and the Protestants. It was a strategic place, but also it had military merit. You know, a former barracks on top of a hill with a good view. And at the time, while the Americans had a host of challenges that they were facing, were very much focused inward at their domestic challenges during those days, and especially the years leading up to 1867. There was a fear, and I say fear because I think it would have accurately articulated that there was this possibility that the Americans at the time may have looked outward to expand their empire. And the result was this understanding that we had to have a strong federation. And the idea of a federation is strategic. So as the fathers of Confederation, and I can only imagine the many conversations they would have looked at that point in time, contemporary examples, which would have included the United States republic as a constitutional republic, and how democracy plays in that. Of course, we take a lot. In fact, the opening words of the British North America Act speak very much about how it is a government in principle to that modeled after that of the United Kingdom. But understanding that there were differences because our country is vast. Geographically, it's vast. And the divisions that exist are significant. And they have been significant since long before our nation was a country. But as the tension was found to determine what would be an appropriate balance of power between provinces, between a federal government, the national state, and what that would look like, not only in the context of the initial four colonies that became early Canada, but also the context for an understanding that there was potential to see Canada grow and expand. And understanding, in fact, in the motto for our country in Latin, it talks about the rough English translation is from sea to sea, and understanding that there was that desire, that dream to be able to unify a vast space of land that was, although so very diverse, could be unified together. So those fought out battles, and then that continued. And Mr. Chair, I won't go into the many examples of both the hard fought and some of the more peaceful examples, but we have of course there's been it hasn't always been peaceful. We had elements of revolution, and I know many and of course I'm sure there are many Canadians watching, Mr. Chair, that would think back to their social studies curriculum or history, depending on the province, and they would think of Louis Riel and the battles that took place around 1886. And in fact, Louis Riel's name is on the bronze plaques, elected as a member of Parliament, although he never had the chance to take his seat. Did, and it's quite a story actually to hear how he was able to sign the scroll. So his name is on those bronze plaques that we all have the honor to join with these icons of Canadian history. So that being one of so many examples. But then when my home province of Alberta, there was intense negotiations, and certainly a host of varying opinions. In fact, we quite often will hear the story of the proposal of a province of Buffalo that would have been, and buffalo echoing the historical large mammal, somewhat for those around this room that may not be familiar with it, but a large, like a cow but much bigger, with horns, a wild animal that defined much of the landscape. There was this idea that there could be this united province of Buffalo. In fact, Mr. Chair, I found it very interesting on earlier this year. I posted a picture of a historical cairn that is located in my constituency, and it's actually on a corner of what used to be a number of administrative districts in what was then known as the Northwest Territories. And it's fascinating, and the conversation that ensued, and people reaching out, having seen this post on Facebook and Instagram, it was quite incredible, actually, to be able to dive into some elements of that history. And in 1905, when Alberta and Saskatchewan were added to the Federation, with a great deal of optimism. In fact, when I've had the chance to be involved in politics for a little while now, and one of the things that I like to do when looking back at historical events is to look at the newspaper headlines of the time. And having done that for both the province of Alberta and the province of Saskatchewan, reading the headlines of the then newspapers, in fact, of which there were not daily newspapers. So in some cases, it was actually a few days after these provinces became a part of the Federation. It was an incredible amount of optimism that was felt. The understanding that there was the ability to see growth as a united country, even though we were very different. And Mr. Chair, that has not always been an easy process, and I'll get into something that is which the reason why I've wanted to briefly take us through this history is because it leads towards something that was a hard lesson learned, Mr. Chair. That in 1905, when the provinces of Alberta and Saskatchewan were added to the Federation, and the optimism felt associated with that was tempered somewhat over the coming decades, when it was learned that although the fathers of Confederation had worked diligently to determine that balance, that tension that exists, to ensure that while we have a strong federal government, there would be respect for our regional, or in Canada known as provincial governments. There was a missing element of that when the Laurier government brought forward the amendment to the Constitution, which added Alberta and Saskatchewan. And it was actually, Mr. Chair, and this is why this is such a relevant part of this conversation, is it excluded the administration of natural resources. Now, there was a host of reasons that were discussed at the time, and one can look back from the perspective of the 21st century here in 2023 and determine whether or not it was politics, whether it was because it was a Liberal Prime Minister, and certainly I've heard that from many constituents that look back at the Liberals governing our country and the attacks of the West that have taken place and seem to define much of Liberal governance. But there were some reasons that were articulated, but the provinces did not have the ability to manage their own resources. That was added later, a couple of decades. In fact, I think it was 2.5 decades after that there was this understanding that the provinces should be treated equally. Now, and to the many who I'm sure are watching this, with very, very few exceptions, one being representation in the Senate, and the other being the specific note in the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, which of course is the Constitution Act of 1982, all provinces in this country are treated the same. And I think that that's part of what the strength here and is building the foundation for what I trust will be a point that truly moves the needle on ending the division that Justin Trudeau and his Liberal governments have perpetrated upon our country. But the provinces of Alberta and Saskatchewan, they pushed to ensure that they could in fact have that equal status. And then we fast forward half a century or so, Mr. Chair, and to the constitutional negotiations and the what ultimately ended up being the repatriation of the Constitution and the passing of the Constitution Act of 1982, which renamed the British North America Act to the Constitution Act of 1867. And there are a host of other Constitution Acts as well, although not as well known because they have to deal with either the entry of a province to the Federation or a host of other amendments that have taken place from time to time. But, Mr. Chair, to highlight how important the lead up to 1982 was. The former Premier of Alberta at the time, Peter Lougheed, spent a great deal of time in negotiations, and this is where we have this tension that exists again. And this was at the conclusion of Pierre Elliott Trudeau's time as Prime Minister, although he did lose and spent, I think it was about 15 months on a short hiatus when Joe Clark's Progressive Conservatives had won a minority government, but ultimately it lost in a confidence vote when they had recalled Parliament. And then, of course, John Turner being the successor to Pierre Elliott Trudeau. But the key here is that if you look, and many Canadians have not had the opportunity, and it's, I would suggest, something that is very, very valuable and speaks to the larger context of why so many Albertans were terrified of the thought of having another Trudeau in office, is because when Pierre Elliott Trudeau first started the conversation, and it's not that it was a new conversation, it had various iterations, and I know looking back at some past news articles about what that did look like from time to time, but when those conversations started, what was imagined by the machinations of Pierre Elliott Trudeau to what ended up being the negotiated agreement that resulted in the Constitution Act of 1982 was very, very different. And it is quite stark, actually. And I didn't have a chance to bring with me some of those documents, but let me just enlighten members of the committee a little bit on this, and specifically Liberal members, because this is their party's legacy, that it would have radically reshaped our country in a way that would make it virtually unrecognizable. Now, I certainly have very little respect for Pierre Elliott Trudeau, and I'll get into some of the more contemporary reasons for that here in a few moments. But one of the noteworthy elements of that negotiation was then Alberta Premier Peter Lougheed, who I happen to know some of his family members and have heard some of the stories about their uncle and the process that was the constitutional negotiations, and it is a fascinating thing to be able to look back and to understand the hard-fought way in which the balance of power between the different levels of government in our country was maintained. And certainly I credit Peter Lougheed for working so diligently to ensure that that could take place, which laid the foundation for much of the prosperity that Alberta and all of Canada has seen over the last 4 decades or so. But Mr. Chair, it was that negotiations that it started, and there was a significant pushback from provinces, from political activists, from academics, from constitutional lawyers, and I had the opportunity to spend some time at my alma mater after winning a scholarship named after the late Mel Smith, who was one of those figures that was involved in some of those constitutional negotiations. And I can tell you, Chair, it is fascinating, and it is a drive through history that provides such extraordinary context and makes me quite frankly, proud to be Canadian and truly honored to be a part of the political process, because it speaks to the way that we've come to agreement in this country. It doesn't always mean that we agree, but it means that we're willing to sit down and negotiate and come to an understanding and figure out something that works for everybody. So whether that be back prior to 1867, the tension that exists in trying to figure out what would be federal responsibility, what would be provincial responsibility, what they should even call the country. You know, it was all part of those negotiations that came forward and trying to figure out exactly what things would look like. And of course, we have the history of treaties. And Mr. Chair, I could go on at length, and I'll spare the committee this, but it is fascinating to look into some of the and in some cases pre-Confederation history of where the treaties with Indigenous people come from, and the processes to which those were brought about. And what's very interesting, Mr. Chair, is that actually adds to the strength of what our country is. We've seen this ability to take differences and be able to have those tough conversations and figure things out. Now, it doesn't mean that it's always been done well. Don't mistake that for 1 second. But certainly when it comes to, in fact, there's another historical Karen, and you'll forgive me, Mr. Chair, if I'm very proud of the area that I represent, but where there's this area, and it's on a lake known as Sounding Lake. In the eastern part of my constituency, and it's in what is Treaty 6 territory, and in 1884, although don't quote me on that date. It was around that time in the 1880s, where there was at a time when the plains were vast and outside of a few settlers and the Indigenous peoples, there was not a lot there. In fact, I had read a book at one point that articulated what it would have been like if you would have taken an aeroplane and flown over the vastness of the North American plains prior to the construction of the railways and what we know as modern settlements. And it would have been vast. It would have been largely unpopulated, although certainly there was a host of very advanced cultures within our Indigenous communities, and the Métis, a very proud legacy, and that will actually the conversation around Métis and Métis communities in Alberta will accentuate the point that I'm trying to make, that is so closely related to the amendment at hand and the motion that's been brought forward by the Liberals. But it speaks to how in the 1880s we truly saw thousands. And this historical cairn on the beautiful shores of Sounding Lake, and Sounding Lake, although it's called a lake, it's truly just a large slough, and at different points of the year, depending on how much rainfall there has been, it depends on whether or not there's water in it. And that's not a new phenomenon. It's been at different points in history there's been water in it, and different points in history there hasn't. And that history goes back long before modern weather tracking, but including the oral tradition of Indigenous peoples that lived in the area. But in the 1880s, when there was a gathering of I believe, and I'm going from memory here, but 6,000 Indigenous peoples plus a couple of thousand what were then known as the white man, but settlers that were there. And Mr. Chair, just as I was on this cairn, it's on a little bit of a knoll on the edge of what is called Sounding Lake. It was incredible to think about some of the context for which I'm endeavoring to highlight here about what our country is and the foundations for which allows us to, in the midst of a diversity of opinions and thought, be able to bring forward a ability to be united. And that's the point here. So, Mr. Chair, as we look back at a century after that point, back to the negotiations that led up to the 1982 Constitution Act, we saw that specifically Peter Lougheed spent an inordinate amount of time and led the country in fighting to ensure that specifically resources remain the sole jurisdiction of the province. And the result of after that was passed, the Constitution was brought home, and of course there was the signing ceremony with the late Queen Elizabeth and the pomp and circumstances associated with that, and the continuing development of what Canada could be. That hard fought a tension that was found between what the federal and provincial governments, different levels of government, should be. But now, Mr. Chair, we have to be able to look back just before 1982 and something that is incredibly important. And it is something that my constituents know very well. And not now I will admit, this was something that happened long before I was born. In fact, I know that there's a number of my colleagues here that probably were not born yet, and I won't suggest which one probably was, but it's. But no, just an acknowledgement of fact. Just an acknowledgement of fact. But long before I was born, it was something that has become synonymous with the frustration that many Albertans have faced with our national government here in Ottawa. And it is still will elicit a strong emotional response. In fact, if you go to a coffee shop across Battle River Crowfoot, the area that I'm so proud to represent, that 110,000 people over about 53,000 square kilometers of that beautiful east central Alberta countryside, you will, if you mention the National Energy Program, Mr. Chair, there will be a strong response. People will have strong opinions. And the reason for that, I'd like to get into. It was at the time, there was the acknowledgement that Alberta was starting to see a tremendous amount of prosperity, and largely that came about because of the discovery of conventional oil reserves. And I would encourage the Liberal and NDP members specifically, take note of me talking about conventional oil reserves, because I'm going to make a differentiation here that is absolutely key to the discussion of both the amendment at hand and the motion here that is meant to divide. With the discovery of conventional oil reserves, it meant that we could find and produce, we could drill for and produce oil that could be sold on the global market in a very economical way. And the result was the beginnings of the unprecedented prosperity that was brought about as a result of that. And what's very interesting, and if I could take just a small detour here, my late grandfather Currick would of who was very proud to be one of that speaks to another issue that I'll get to at some point here, which is LNG, because LNG is simply
Mr. Chair,
liquefied.
I really hate to interrupt the member opposite, but I do have a point of order.
P.S. Bendai.
Thank you very much. We have listened to pre-Confederation history and to governments ranging in all shapes and sizes over the course of the 1960s and onwards. And now I believe the member was referring to a story from his grandfather. Mr. Chair, I would invite you to bring the member back to the order, to the motion at hand and to the amendment if at hand, Mr. Speaker. I do also recall that you announced at the beginning of the session that we would hear from Mr. Genius. I hope that wasn't false advertising. Certainly, we are all waiting with bated breath for that further filibuster from a new member, Mr. Chair. But thank you for indulging me with yet another point of order on relevance.
Well, thank you, P.S. Bendayan. Another point of order.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I assure the member that anything I have to say is nowhere near as profound or significant as what Mr. Currick has had to say. But I do actually think, in terms of the matter of order, the presumption on the other side is that arguments rooted in history are necessarily irrelevant. The member pointed out that the member was making arguments grounded in Canadian history as if it was obvious that talking about the past was somehow irrelevant. I think maybe that just underlines the fundamental philosophical differences between Conservatives and Liberals, that we think the past is something that needs to be learned from and is relevant to contemporary debate.
Be genius.
I'm just trying to finish my thought here.
No, just calm down here. All right. Yeah. Listen.
It's an exciting place. If I
First off, I think I've let you know this before. We don't like the crosstalk. It affects the interpreters quite a bit here. It's not good for their health and safety.
I was the one talking. That's the issue.
Yeah. No, but I think I've noticed a lot of crosstalk. Anyway, so
let me finish.
So we are going to go back to and just on the same point of order, yes.
I
MP
was
Blakey.
waiting for Mr. Couric to get to an exposition of pre-Confederation state-run pension plans, but it never came home to roost. I sure hope he's going to find his way there, because that would
we'll
establish
see.
a clear
On that point, Mr. Chair, I was hoping we'd hear more about Bismarck actually, because
MP
wasn't that
Blakey, MP Genius?
was-
Yeah,
was
we're going to go back
Bismarck
to MP
was the one that
Couric
I
and
think
MP
initiated the
Couric,
first.
I know you're going to do your best here to tie it back to the
Bismarck
motion
would not
and the
have
amendment.
allowed
And,
previously independent parts
Couric,
of the recently unified
Thank you.
German Empire to have their own.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I do find it somewhat ironic. And first, let me apologize to my colleague from Yellowhead. I didn't meant to insinuate anything about his age. I have no doubt that there's significant wisdom with this. But look, I do find it very concerning, and on the fact that while I've been I think quite clear, and I would be happy to go into more detail, but I think for the sake of brevity I will not. But to why this is all so very relevant to the conversation at hand, and specifically the amendment, but also to the larger motion, where we see that this Prime Minister, under Justin Trudeau, his Liberal government, of which we have that parliamentary secretary, which moved this motion, which is interesting to begin with, because that's very different than how Justin Trudeau promised he would run things in Parliament when he was first elected, and I'll get into more detail as to how his understanding of his politicalization of the way that Parliament works. I'll certainly get into that a little bit later. But Mr. Chair, what is I think reason to be concerned is that as I am talking about the history that has led to such a clear, it's speaking to how the conversation that we are having about this motion is very, very it's not unprecedented. It's been something that we have seen build up over time, and specifically, we have the son of a former prime minister. That and the reason why I was talking about my late grandfather Couric is there is a very, very clear connection to the issue at hand. Is because in the late 1960s. He had the opportunity to build, be a part of the construction, and then later, and for most of his life, worked for a number of different gas companies. But one of the first large-scale in that area of the province, large-scale natural gas production facilities in that area of the province. Although not the first natural gas facility, and I would highlight simply that Viking, Alberta claims to have one of the first, and it's quite fascinating. There's a beautiful mural actually on a wall there that I'd encourage members, if they're ever going through Viking, home of the Sutter family, to make sure they stop and take a look at some of that history. But the reason why it's so relevant to the issue that is at hand is because we started to see through the responsible development of Alberta resources, of which I'm proud that my family was part of it. I talk often about the farming history that I have in my family. And Mr. Chair, I won't get into the specifics as to why I'm so proud of that here, because we're talking about resource development. But my family is like the story of so many other Albertans. And that is getting to see the building of an industry that led to an unprecedented level of prosperity, not only prosperity for Albertans and a few families, but truly a level of prosperity for our country that is something that we should be proud of. And I find it, quite frankly, incredibly disappointing that the Liberals would be somehow ashamed of the context that provides to the country that we have here today, whether that be the history that I attempted to briefly articulate related to the division of different levels of government and the tension, and I use that word tension specifically, that tension that is meant to exist between different levels of government. It doesn't mean there needs to be agreement, but it means that there needs to be that understanding that in the midst of disagreement, there can be the ability to work together, to the point where my family, like so many others, and my late grandfather Couric worked his entire life as a gas operator, and very, very proud of that, and led to my father having a pretty good life. It was a regular middle class life. And I would just note something that I think is very, very interesting is that when we saw the introduction of natural gas to the community of Consort, we saw a radical change that took place. And this is especially relevant because it speaks to how, as natural resources were developed, we saw the ability to transition from things like coal to more energy efficient, more safer types of energy. And Consort, because of its proximity to what is the Gooseberry Lake gas plant, which my late grandfather Couric helped build and then operated there for much of his life, it speaks to that connection to history. So now, as we see that there is these connections to the resource sector, we saw that the elder Trudeau, Pierre Elliott Trudeau, inflicted a level of division on this country that we are still reeling from. And that is often summed up. And like I mentioned before, if you go to a coffee shop in Battle River Crowfoot, and it's not just for individuals that are born significantly before me that experienced it and lived through it, there is a palatable frustration that exists about how Alberta was disregarded, ignored, and intentionally targeted by its government in Ottawa. And that was in the form of the National Energy Program, where you saw the beginning stages of just an amazing level of prosperity that Alberta was starting to see, the potential, the entrepreneurial spirit that defines so much of why I'm so proud to be from the province of Alberta. But you saw that shut down, stamped out by a heavy-handed government in the nation's capital.
We're suspended till Thursday, guys.
We had an hour left.